toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. It's for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free. General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell
We believe in peace through strength. You have to have the strength. I believe it is God's job to sit in judgment, my job to defend America and to promote the fundamental interest of stability, prosperity, and peace. We had 52 days of thunder and lightning on the Houthis in Yemen like they've never seen before. This was a swift, ferocious, decisive, and extremely successful use of military force. So we hit them hard. We got what we came for, and then we got out. The gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits. The birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Unrelenting Political Corner.
Hello, Ruby. So let's just go ahead and tell everybody why you're late tonight.
Oh my God, guys. I totally forgot tonight was Tuesday.
Look, hold on. She ain't even on camera right now. What the hell?
Yep, I am. I am in disbelief with myself. This is so embarrassing. I didn't even know it was Tuesday. I was laid up in bed watching X-Men. And my phone is going off like crazy and everybody's running. Mommy, your phone. I said, what's going on? Is there an emergency? And
Oh
when
my God. Oh my God. And see, and I have been working nonstop for the last 3 hours, making sure dinner's made, dishes are done, dogs are fed, all my stuff is like set up, just to make sure I was here at 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh my God. Yo, I am dying. Oh, I cannot believe it. When I saw Jimmy's name on my phone, I have never gotten up that fast in my life. I started running to my computer. I said, oh my God, guys, it's Tuesday. It's my show. And then and then I come to the computer and everything is disconnected from my computer. I said, oh no. I totally forgot that last night we unplugged everything because we were like, the government's listening to us, right? So so we unplugged everything, and I said, oh my God, I just have to start it. Just start it. So I had to run and get my laptop. I didn't have no wig, no nothing. I felt naked. I was like, oh no, this is gonna take me forever. Let's just go live. Just go live.
Well, I tell you what we'll do here. Let's see, 9:30. My wife takes off, so I can go ahead and go ahead with the news blast, and that way you can go ahead. And how long is it going to take you to get ready to be on camera?
Okay, hold on. I have to check if this is okay. Here we go.
You are. There you
bring
are.
Back my laptop out. Oh my God, everything is a mess. So I gotta fix my settings.
Wow. Well, now she's gone. There she is. She's back.
No, I'm here. I'm just fixing my settings. Oh my God, this is horrible. Okay, I think I'm good now.
You sure?
Yes, yes. Hello, everybody. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. If we didn't have Jimmy, I would have not made it tonight.
That would have been hilarious.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Crazy. All right. Let her get set up.
Yes, I'm on my laptop, so we are okay. We're good. I see everybody in the chat now. Hey, guys. Oh my God, thank you so much, Jimmy, for calling me, because I would have never made it tonight.
Yeah, it went straight to voicemail.
Yep. Everybody was running to get my phone in my bag. The whole house was running 10 minutes ago. It was like a tornado in here. Oh my God. Ooh. All right, guys. All right, guys. Thanks for joining, everybody. We got 30 people so far. Wow.
Yeah, I'll put the word out, man. I did my part.
I am so sorry, guys. I need to put an alarm on my phone, man. This is getting bad. I am getting bad. So sorry, guys. Well, welcome everybody in the chat. I see. Let me put my glasses on. Okay. Hello, Mrs. So Much More. Looking cool, calm, and collected, Ruby. Way to go. Oh my God, guys. Illegal immigrant. Hey, guys. JG, if Ruby didn't show up, we would have requested a wellness check.
Yeah, I would have been calling. I've been like, Ruby, are you okay? Is everything all right?
Oh my gosh, guys. Damn. Hi, Shauna. My good wife is in the chat. Beverly, Dallas, Stevie Let. Oh, yes. Stevie Let says, I saw the little one in the back. Yep, that's my little assistant. She's, I told my daughter, run. Get my light. Get my wig. Get me a brush. And she set up. She already knows what to do for my show.
Wow.
Oh my God, guys, that was crazy. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Yep. Once I start, I can't stop, man. How embarrassing. All right, guys. Well, thankfully, we have an adult in the room, Jimmy Bell, who has who has all of our information up and ready for us to start. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
You're welcome. So, like I said, I'll take a quick break when my wife comes out so I can see her off to work. So, but yeah, we can go ahead and get started, and then I'll just take that quick break, and then we'll get back into it.
Yes.
But what's on deck this evening is the recap of the 16-year plan, part 1, that we went over last week. In the comments, if you guys can, I asked a little while ago while we were waiting on the X-Men watcher, what they thought of part 1 last week, and if it made sense to them after you hear everything that went down and you look back in the news of stuff that happened. To me, it just made sense. How did you guys feel about part 1? So go ahead and put that in the chat. So we're going to go into part 2 tonight. And then we're also we're going to do the news blast, of course, because we thought about scrapping that this week. But we got a lot of feedback and folks like the news blast. So that's cool. And then we have 3 videos. We have 2 very short ones and a 24-minute video talking about the monetary system and how it's set up. So if you're not sure how the money system works, you definitely want to tune in for and stay with us, through those videos. I'm hoping we can be done about 12:30 tonight, because I got to feed the possums and I got to get to bed before 2 freaking o'clock in the morning. So
yes.
So we got a lot to cover. Let's see. Is there anybody in? Let's look at the chat. Anybody? Part 1 was great. I've been telling my grandson for years. It was good to hear it from someone else. Thank you. Part 1 was great. 12:30. Yeah. It gets late quick. And my wife, like I said, she switched over to third shift now, and it's been very difficult getting our schedule figured out. So, I mean, for 14 years, she's been on first shift. So we had our schedule. And now she's at third shift, and it has thrown everything off. So we'll figure it out.
Oh, man. Okay, well, at least we got a lot of good reviews for part 1. Everybody seems to like it, but I did want to present this counter to Jimmy. So, Jimmy,
Yes.
what would you say to someone who says something to the effect of, the 16-year plan that you showed us, like that picture that I had before?
Yeah.
And it is coming from the perspective of like the left, the Democratic side. What would you say to somebody who was kind of critical to that, as if it's not also the right? Like, what would you say if it was like coming across a little biasly? Like, oh, why do you say the 16-year plan, that the Democrats are kind of the ones who wanted to destroy America?
Well, first off, I would tell them that it's also Republicans, the rhinos. The rhino part, the rhinos, they're in on it too. They're in with the globalists. They're in with the deep state. We see the rhinos, and so this plan, you had Obama come in, and then they wanted Hillary, so it was going to be ran by Democratic presidents, but they would have had the support of the right, the rhinos, definitely. So, I mean, you could see, John McCain, Mitt Romney, they were all in that camp. So, again, what we're talking about is not right versus left.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're still stuck on that right versus left thing, then you may want to do a little bit more digging, seriously, because that's not what this is anymore. We're fighting, it's good versus evil is what we're fighting. I know it's difficult for people to get out of that mentality of right versus left. It's the same thing when it comes against black versus white, or abortion versus non-abortion. People pick a side and then they stick to that. And then even when you bring 50 pages of evidence, they still want to choose their side. So that's what I would say to them. I'm like, it's not just the Democrats.
Right. Okay. Good. I just wanted to bring that out one more time for anybody who was still feeling as if we're just coming from one perspective, from one side, and not also talking about the other side. And we do.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Jimmy. So do you want to start with the news blasts?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's see, what time is it? 9:26.
Yep.
Let's see. Let's fill some time for a second, because I got a feeling she's going to be coming out here very soon. Did you have any other videos that you wanted to share? Did you have anything for the next 5-10 minutes? No.
Let's see. I have lots of bookmarks that I like to show on X. I do have a clip here that I wanted to show you guys, because you know how some of these cartoons, it's like predictive programming, or they slip in something in the cartoon and nobody would really catch it because it came back out in the 90s and nobody really knew what that meant, right?
Right.
So I found a little like Easter egg that somebody showed here on The Simpsons. So I wanted to show this to everybody.
The what? Oh, crypto. There's no sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not hearing no sound.
Oh, okay. Well, there is just music, but it's a little Easter egg about the crypto and Bitcoin.
Did you hear that the Simpsons writer died like this past week? I wonder if that's here in the news blast somewhere.
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, one of the Simpsons writers. I think it was the Simpson writer. He died this past week.
Oh wow, no, I didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
Yeah, look that up. Sorry guys, I don't want to get started and then just get interrupted. Oh, there she is. I'll be right back.
Okay, Jimmy. So we'll wait for Jimmy to come back. In the meantime, let me know who's in the comments. I can say hello to everybody. Yes. Okay, so John Marciano saw that. Yeah, that was crazy. I bookmarked that. No sound. Okay, that's weird because I can hear it, but I'm going to have to get a new tab up here. Okay, let's see. Hi, John. Okay, Mrs. So Much More is asking what's on Jimmy's shirt. Okay, when he gets back, I'll ask him. Steen says, I'm in a special group of pink-skinned people. Especially if I go out in the sun. Oh, my God. Oh. All right. Hi, Julian. Michelle Price. Fallen Ashes. Hi, Fallen. Hi, Beverly. All right, guys. Here's your chance to get in the chat. Hi, Nadine. Hi, Rosie. Jeff Windy. Wow, we got a couple of trolls in the chat. Okay, here goes Jimmy. There you go.
All right, go ahead and run the news blast thingy.
Okay, before we do that, Mrs. So Much More wants to know what's on your shirt tonight.
Godsmack.
All right. I have no clue what that is, but she's just curious.
It's my favorite rock band.
Ah, okay. All right, we're going to get into the news. All right, everybody. Welcome to the News Blast with Jimmy Bell. Let's get started.
Good evening, everyone. Let's get this thing going. We're going back to last Tuesday. We got Tuesday through the weekend. And like I said, what we do is we recap the headlines from the previous week. Now, if you're actually keeping up with things that are going on, stuff that I mentioned that's mentioned here on Tuesday or Wednesday, we already know what's been transpiring. But you can also see how narratives are being built. When you go back and look, I can go back and look, all these news blasts I have over here, and you can see how narratives get built, actually on both sides. So that's why it's important, I feel, to go over these headlines. Again, I'm not going to go into detail on many of these. So if there's a headline that interests you, go ahead and look it up for yourself. All right, so let's get into Tuesday. Chuck Schumer says he is placing a hold on Trump DOJ nominees. So he's stalling in the Senate. Small nodule found in Joe Biden's prostate during recent physical. Remember, this was last Tuesday. We'll touch more on that, I'm sure. Inflation eased after Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. Yes, many people thought that inflation was going to go through the roof once the tariffs were announced, but even CNN, and I posted this on my Facebook a couple of days ago, even CNN had to admit that inflation has gone down. So that totally wipes out the narrative that all these people were saying, oh, the prices are going to go skyrocket after all these tariffs. That did not happen. And so if you are in a Democratic-run state and possibly a Rhino-ran state, but your gas prices right now should be about $2.57 to $2.65. If you're paying more than that a gallon right now, then you need to look at your legislation and people running your government in your state. So, all right. Tulsi Gabbard fires deep state heads of National Intelligence Council. So that's good. What we see is a trend going on right now to where these operatives, these deep state operatives, are being cleaned out from many different organizations. One of the things that Cube did post about is said a clean house is very important. So what Cash, what Bondi and Tulsi, what they're doing is they're cleaning out and getting rid of these low level bad actors. That is happening. President arrives in Saudi Arabia for first foreign trip. If you have not paid attention to what went down on this Middle East trip, you're missing a lot. I posted a video on my Facebook that kind of gave folks a recap of what was accomplished in the Saudi Arabian trip. And we may need to touch on that maybe next time, because there's a lot there. I had Ruby watch an episode called And We Know. It's a great channel on Rumble, and it explained a lot of the stuff that was going on with this trip in Saudi Arabia, why it's important, and how it went back and tied back to the first trip he did, and it also tied back into Las Vegas, the Las Vegas shooting. Ruby, did you want to comment on that video? Well, just how you felt when you watched it?
Okay, I just switched devices. Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I started watching. I think I was like 30 minutes in. A lot of, dots were connecting with the Las Vegas shooting and how that connects to Saudi Arabia leaders and stuff like that. I didn't finish it, but this week was a little hectic for us. But it definitely was like, okay, somebody has like the behind the scenes information giving it to us. You're not hearing the narrative that's on the news, how they presented it to people on the news. And that's what I like to hear. I don't want to hear the psyop, the distraction. Right. I want to hear what was going on, because a lot of things didn't make sense with that terrorist attack. And so, like, how does that connect to Trump? And you know what I'm saying? There was a lot of different things that connected it for me. So if anybody is interested in watching that, find us on X, because we can share it with you. So definitely, yeah. I encourage everybody else to watch it.
Yeah, it was really, really good. All right. United Health CEO suddenly steps down for personal reasons. Trump offers Iran a choice: drop the nuclear weapons or face maximum pressure. And there's a lot of people saying, oh, that maximum pressure, oh, that's going to be another war. He's going to start a war. No, it doesn't mean just that. It could be financial. It could be economic pressure. There's a lot of different things. I don't know why these folks always jump to, oh, it's going to start World War III. Well, we know why, but anyway. So, yeah. FDA moves to take prescription fluoride drops and tablets for kids off the market. Really? Finally. Trump pledges to lift Syrian sanctions. That's one thing that was done during the trip at Saudi Arabia, where he did lift sanctions on Syria. Basically, what that is designed to do, it is designed for Syria to be able to get to a position to where they can hold their own elections and elect their own leader. Not like the people that took over because they overthrew Bashar al-Assad. So there's a lot going on there. It's a good thing. Eric and Lyle Menendez are now eligible for parole. For all you youngins out there, y'all probably don't even know who Eric and Lyle Menendez are.
Right, but I have heard the names, and if you were a true crime head and you watch those Netflixes to go to sleep, you would know the murders,
yes,
and the murderers.
Yeah, so those guys are now eligible for parole. Judge, here we go with the judges again. Judge seizes control of New York City's Rikers Island jail complex. U.S. Olympic gold medalist Kyle Snyder arrested in prostitution ring.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Grand jury indicts Milwaukee judge accused of obstructing immigration agents. So she was indicted. So we're going to see how that plays out in court. Scientists at CERN turned lead into gold for the first time with Project Alice. There's that name again. There's that name, Alice, again. So that was Tuesday. Any comments in the chat from Tuesday?
All right, let's see. Jesse says, Ruby, your lenses look bigger tonight. Are they new? No, these are the same glasses I've had. Steen says, Trump starved Iranian fines, but Joey Baby gave it back.
Repeat that.
He says Trump starved Iranian fines, but Joey Baby gave it back.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Trump basic, in so many words, he did put handcuffs on Iran during his first term. But then when the resident came back, he opened up the floodgates again like they were doing before. So, and I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit.
Funds. Iranian funds. Okay.
Funds.
That was a typo.
Yes. The funds. Yes.
Okay. Mrs. So Much More says, looks like I have lots of stuff to catch up on. And I feel exactly like you. I always feel lost. But we hash it out on live. You know what I'm saying? We do that connection on live. But I do have a Facebook DM that I wanted to present to Jimmy. I don't know if this is in your news segment, but somebody asked me this and I didn't really know how to respond.
Okay.
This person tells me, is asking me for my opinion when it comes to this. She writes, seems like the United Arab Republic is unending, filthy rich. I guess no tariffs ever imposed on them. Trump kisses their asses. Birds of a feather stick together. Self-serving, greedy bastards. All of them, including Trump. And I didn't really know how to answer that because I haven't really looked into geopolitics when it comes to the Arabs yet. I'm not there yet. So how do you feel about that?
One. Okay, let me just think for a second. One, first off, you can just tell that this person just does not like Trump, no matter that you don't like him, because the way she worded that comment. And that's fine. That's fair. I don't care. But the problem is when you go to rebut something like that, no matter how much evidence you may have or how much logic you present, for a lot of those folks, they just aren't going to accept it because it's Trump and they hate him. There's been proof of that all over the place. So as far as the Arab world, yes, United Arab Emirates, these people, they're freaking rich. And it's because of their oil and other things that they've been involved in that have been focusing on their country, making their country good. So if the United Arab Emirates, regardless of what they believe in or whatever, but just looking at it from a financial perspective, if they're doing good and their citizens are doing good, then what are they doing? I, for one, would like to know what they're doing to make their country better. And then I would want to implement that in my own country.
Yes.
All right. Now, a lot of the deep state globalists, they weren't able, they played for a little while, but they weren't able to take full control over every Middle Eastern country. So if they're not there, ripping off the people, then that country can become super rich. And, what example do we have of that? Look at Germany. Look at Germany back in the 30s. I don't care what you think about Hitler, but the German people were doing much better financially under his regime in the beginning. That's a fact. That is a fact. You can look it up. So why was that the case? Because he was wanting to get rid of the globalist influence that was trying to take over his country. Let's give you another example. Let's look at Libya. Libya had great economic power, and the deep state was afraid that Libya was doing so good that it was going to just spread all across Africa. Well, they couldn't have that now, could they? So what did they do? They took him out.
Yes. And I mean, I still have been doing a little bit of more research when it comes to that too. There's a quick clip that I wanted to share about that. You mentioned in the 30s, and I didn't know this, but apparently, all right, I haven't done my research on this, but this is what I found on X. Okay, so I always want to put that out there because I never want to make it seem like I'm,
Right.
This is what I see on the internet. This is my algorithm. And then I share it with you. But this quote says, did you know that in 1933, Judea declared war on Germany before the Holocaust began? And
Yep.
then it's a 2-minute clip. We'll just watch real quick.
Usury is the worst of all crimes. But you wouldn't look at a place like Germany, because all we know about Germany is what they told us about Germany, Mr. Evil Hitler. Yeah, right, okay. Nothing to see there. Yeah, there is something to see there. Germany was on its knees in a worse position than us. Way worse. Their money was worth nothing. It took a wheelbarrow of Deutschmarks to buy a loaf of bread. Germans were starving. 6 million unemployed, 2 million homeless. You could go to Berlin and buy a mother and daughter for sex. Bestiality was going on. Lesbianism and homosexuality. All of that was going on. In 1933, a man named Adolf, and this is where I got to say it, there's a lesson there. This is why I say it. As Jesus said, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. In 1933, Judea declares war on Germany. Adolf Hitler was the only popularly democratically elected leader in all of Europe. Winston Churchill wasn't. None of them were. He's only just come to power in a coalition government. Judea declares war on Germany. 14 million Jews of the world unite calling for the destruction of Germany. How many people know that? That might be relevant. That might be relevant. If Judea declares war on Germany, that might be relevant. Did Judea declare war on Palestine? Oh, they say Hamas. What are they doing? They're genociding my family over there. The same Judea, the Jewish state of Israel. We're not allowed to say that. When Adolf came to power, 6 million unemployed, 2 million homeless, crime off the charts, pedophilia rampant, debauchery, and the sexual enslavement of humanity. Berlin was the moral cesspool capital of the world. Within 5 years of taking power, this bankrupt, starving nation had the highest wages in Europe, 6 weeks mandatory vacation on cruise ships that weren't allowed into this country because the British did not want British people to see how good the Germans had it. All of that he achieved, and he outlawed usury. Adolf Hitler outlawed usury. You know who else did that? Oh, a guy named Muammar Gaddafi did that. Oh, shit, something bad happened to him. John F. Kennedy did. Oh, shit, he got shot in the head too.
So
The thing I want people to understand is look at what he said about what was going on in Germany before Hitler came to power. The moral decay of society. Do you see an example of that in today's America?
yes.
That's just something to think about for yourself. Do we see a decline in moral regard here in America? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And so, like he said, all those people were, homeless. We have a homeless problem. Our veterans are not being taken care of. We got so many issues that mirror exactly what happened in Germany.
Exactly. I really do like this comment from Mrs. So Much More. She says, the way to make a country good is to see what most are doing right and emulate the good parts, but also see what those countries are doing wrong and make that better as well.
Correct. I agree with that. And one of the biggest thing is these countries like the United Arab Emirates, they don't have deep state controllers in their systems.
Good point.
And so if the deep state's not there, then that country can thrive. Hitler kicked out the deep state and his country thrived. Muammar Gaddafi did the same thing. Saddam Hussein. He's not talked about him enough, but he was making life a lot better in Iraq too. So
And
And
in China too, right? It's the Communist Party of China. Ain't no deep state over there, except
no,
your
no, no,
own.
no, no. There is. Yes, yeah.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. There's two Chinas. There's the Communist China and there's the People's Republic of China.
Okay,
So
good point. Good point.
yeah. So the communist ones, those
Right.
that's the deep state in China.
Right. Okay. It's like their version of it, but it still
Correct.
exists. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I got it.
Correct.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. All right. Just wanted to show that. Sorry, Jimmy. Go ahead.
That's all right. All right. So let's go into Wednesday. DOJ charges Harvard researcher who expressed fears over being returned to Russia. Top Iranian official says Tehran would forego highly enriched uranium in nuclear deal with Trump. So where was Tuesday's? Something about Iran. Yeah, Trump offers Iran choice, drop nuclear weapons or face maximum pressure. Then on the next day, top Iranian official says Tehran would forego enriched uranium in nuclear deal with Trump. So for all those people on Tuesday night that were calling for World War III, blah, 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 oh, we're going to get into it with Iran. Then the very next day, this information comes out. And they can't say a damn thing. So anyway, Ben & Jerry's co-founder arrested after disrupting Senate hearing. The ice cream guy.
Mm-hmm.
EPA ditches historic forever chemicals rule. Fox News gets a win in Smartmatic defamation case. You're going to hear more about the 2020 election. I put that up on Facebook last night.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more information getting ready to drop about that stuff. Waymo recalls more than 1,000 driverless cars. Who the hell is Waymo? I don't even know who Waymo is.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Yeah. Blackouts around the world as X-class solar flare hits the Earth. Is it really a solar flare? Is it really? Really?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
17 family members of notorious cartel leader El Chapo enter the U.S. in deal with Trump administration, Mexico says, and surrenders themselves.
I saw that on your Facebook. You shared that. And now that's big. I was like, why in the world would they do that now?
Yeah. And it's kind of fun, and it's kind of funny, the number 17 family members.
Yeah.
Hey, it's all over. I mean, 17's all over. And for those that don't know, yes, 17 is Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet.
Yep. And I only know that because of Jimmy.
I mean, you could go on X right now and find a video to where Trump just says 17 just constantly for like 3 minutes straight.
Yeah, we played that long
So
time
yeah,
ago.
yeah. And the last thing on Wednesday was this: Casey Ventura's testimony at the Diddy trial began. And if you're not following that,
yeah, hold on. Everybody in the chat, let me know right now if you have been following or know any information about that Diddy trial, if you've been following it, if you've heard anything about it, because I'm the type of people that kind of waits until everything is over. And then I want like Candace Owens to kind of like dig deep into it and watch it like that. But the type of information that's coming out, it's on the Shade Room, like on Instagram, like everybody is there. Like
the names that are coming out.
Exactly. The names, just the tactics, who he is, how he moves. It's just very, very mafia type. And we talk about that a lot. So it's giving me mafia vibes.
Yeah.
And it's scary. It's very scary. But then you also hear these kind of critics that say, oh, well, she had free will. She could have left whenever she want. She liked the lifestyle. She liked the status. And then other people are like, well, no, she was abused mentally, psychologically, and then physically or coerced into this. So I don't really know how I feel about it yet. But let me know if you guys do. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. Did you know about the letter that was read from Prince at the trial? Go to my Facebook page since we're talking about this right now. Yeah, this will blow some people's minds.
Okay, hold on.
Go to my Facebook page. We'll play this.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Facebook, everybody. And you always be changing your header every single time I come here. So here it says it's time. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it should be not too far down.
Okay.
There,
Okay,
I
here's
think.
a video.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it's a video. Okay, let's watch.
Yeah.
The prosecutor connected the device and pressed play.
Do you need to start from the beginning, or is that the beginning?
Through the courtroom,
Okay, yeah, let me see if I could restart it. Let's see.
then the prosecutor connected the device and pressed play. The voice that echoed through the courtroom wasn't the confident, flamboyant Prince the world knew. It was quiet, low, uneasy. I'm making this recording because I don't know who I can trust anymore, Prince began. The tone sent chills down the spines of everyone listening. This wasn't a performance. It was a confession. In the recording, Prince said he'd attended private parties hosted by Diddy at properties in Miami, the Hamptons, and Los Angeles. He described what he saw in unsettling detail: young artists being separated from their handlers, encouraged to drink and take pills, private rooms with locked doors, cameras hidden in fixtures, no security personnel allowed inside. The exact same pattern Cassie Ventura described during her first 2 days on the stand. Prince wasn't vague. He named names. He mentioned specific dates, including a December 2015 party in Beverly Hills. And he described behavior that matched earlier witness testimony almost word for word. But what made this different, what made the courtroom shift from disbelief to alarm, was that Prince was speaking with full knowledge of what he was doing. If something happens to me, he said, this recording needs to go to the press or the police, either one. As Prince's voice played, Diddy's body language changed entirely. His eyes narrowed, his mouth twitched. He stopped whispering to his lawyers. He leaned forward, hunched slightly. His face was pale. Jurors began watching him as closely as they listened to the tape. Then Prince said something that broke the room. These aren't just parties. They're traps. The silence was so complete, you could hear Prince breathing between words. In the back row, a woman visibly cried. In the front row, a reporter dropped her pen. Diddy's attorney placed a hand on his client's arm, trying to calm him. Diddy pulled away. Prince continued, explaining that he had warned Diddy about what he saw, that he approached him during an after-party in 2016 and told him the manipulation of young artists and guests had to stop. Prince claimed Diddy laughed and told him, "You might be Prince, but you're not untouchable." That line hit the courtroom like a gunshot. Diddy's lips moved. He whispered something to his team. One of his attorneys grabbed a yellow legal pad and began writing furiously. Another turned to look at the judge, as if waiting for permission to object. But there was nothing to object to. The damage was being done in real time. Just when the courtroom seemed at its most tense, when Prince's calm but damning words continued with relentless detail, Diddy snapped. The tape had moved on to describe another party, this one from March 2016, involving multiple celebrities and one disturbing incident upstairs. As Prince named the address, a location already referenced by the prosecution's forensic timeline, Diddy couldn't take it anymore. "That's a lie!" he shouted, standing suddenly. His voice echoed off the courtroom walls, startling even the bailiffs. The reaction was instant. Security rushed forward. His lawyers stood and tried to pull him back into his seat. One attorney hissed, "Sit down!" But Diddy's voice rose again. "He wasn't even there! That never happened!" The judge slammed his gavel down repeatedly. "Mr. Combs, control yourself, or I will hold you in contempt." The courtroom was now in full meltdown. Jurors exchanged shocked glances. 2 looked visibly disturbed. A court sketch artist later told reporters that she had to erase and redraw Diddy's face 3 times. His expression changed so violently during the outburst. The judge restored order and instructed the prosecution to pause the tape. Diddy's breathing was labored. His hands trembled on the defense table. His pristine image, the billionaire mogul, the unbothered icon, was gone. And in its place sat a man visibly panicked, cornered, and crumbling in front of a jury. For the prosecution, this was no accident. Court insiders later confirmed what many suspected. They'd timed this tape deliberately. After days of slow build-up, small testimonies, and methodical cross-examinations, they chose this moment, day 3, because they believed it would be when Diddy's guard was finally down. And it worked. He showed the jury everything they needed to see. Rage, guilt, loss of control, all without anyone cross-examining him. And Prince's voice hadn't even finished. After a brief recess to regain control of the courtroom, the judge instructed the prosecution to resume playback of the Prince audio. But by then, the atmosphere had completely changed. No one whispered. No one typed. Even the court sketch artist had stopped drawing. All eyes were locked on the courtroom speakers. The voice of a dead man now controlled the most powerful room in entertainment law. Prince's voice picked up where it left off, with him describing what he called an organized system of manipulation that he had seen firsthand. He spoke slowly, choosing his words like a man who knew what he was saying might never be heard again unless the worst happened. "What I've seen, it's not something you can just forget," he said. "They make it seem glamorous, but I've watched it ruin people." He referenced parties hosted at Diddy's private residences. Again, not just vague recollections, but exact details. Layouts of rooms, names of guests, even the color of the furniture in certain lounges. It all lined up with earlier testimonies from Cassie Ventura and 2 other unnamed witnesses. Most chilling, however, were Prince's references to NDAS and hush payments. "I've seen the contracts," Prince said in the recording. "I've seen the money change hands. $2 million here, $1.5 million there, and I've seen what happens to the people who try to leave. They disappear, not physically, but musically, socially. Gone." Diddy, still seated but visibly shaking, stared straight ahead with a blank expression. His eyes didn't blink for nearly a minute, according to a court reporter seated behind him. One of his lawyers quietly passed him a folded tissue. He didn't take it. Then Prince dropped another bomb. "I warned him at the Grammy after-party," he said, referring to Diddy. "I told him, flat out, this is going to catch up to you. He told me, you might be Prince, but I own this game, and people like you don't change it. They get erased." That line reverberated through the room like thunder. Diddy didn't react outwardly, but his jaw tensed. A juror in the front row shook her head. Another leaned back, stunned. This wasn't just a piece of evidence anymore. It was a character assassination with surgical precision. From someone with no reason to lie, no stake in the trial, and no possibility of being cross-examined. Prince, from beyond the grave, was painting a portrait of Diddy not as a flawed man, but as a manipulative predator with a carefully crafted empire of silence and control. And the prosecution wasn't even finished with the tape. If you've ever watched a trial fall apart in real time, this was the moment. The prosecution had built a slow-burning fire with Cassie Ventura's 4 days of testimony, threading together years of abuse, manipulation, and secrets. But now, through the voice of Prince, they had poured gasoline on it. Prince began explaining his own fears. "I didn't speak out during my life," he said, "because I saw what happened to people who did. I watched them lose their contracts, get dropped from tours, shut out of award shows. It's not just about power. It's about fear. Fear keeps everyone quiet." He detailed a moment at one of Diddy's events where he believed a guest was being secretly recorded. "I saw cameras in the chandelier," Prince said. "I mentioned it to a producer who shrugged and said, 'That's just how it is.' The implication? Blackmail. Surveillance. Control not just through money, but through secrets. It matched stories that had surfaced years ago, rumors of footage Diddy kept for leverage. None of it ever confirmed. Until now. Prince didn't speculate. He documented. "I've got files," he said. "Hard drives, tapes, photographs, all dated, all organized. I gave copies to 3 people. If anything happens to me, check with them." This was no longer just a recording. This was a whistleblower's blueprint, and it explained why Diddy had lost control earlier in the day. He likely knew what else might be out there. He likely recognized details that only someone inside his inner circle could have known. The precision of the tape, its alignment with the prosecution's existing timeline, was too perfect to ignore. As the recording neared its conclusion, Prince said something that may haunt this trial forever. "I've spent my life trying to protect my music, but now I realize it's the people who needed protection. And no one was doing it. Not really. Not when it mattered." The recording clicked off. Silence. The courtroom stayed frozen. And then, the prosecutor delivered her line. "No further questions, Your Honor." She didn't have to say anything else. Prince had done the heavy lifting. From the grave.
Wow. That was insane.
Yeah. Like I said, if you're not paying attention to that, you may want to start finding some information on that Diddy trial and pay attention, because it's going to have a huge impact in many other areas. Do you think that manipulation and the blackmail, it was only with Diddy? No,
Right.
it goes into Epstein. It goes into our Congress and our Senate and our politicians. I mean, when you mentioned a second ago that it reminded you of the mafia, go back to the very first video, that one of the very first videos I shared with you on the plan to save the world. And it said in that video what happens when that criminal syndicate can take control over a whole country or countries. You see, it's starting to, we're putting that puzzle together, and we're putting pieces in this puzzle. So it all ties together. It's very important to pay attention to this. So,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh. Yeah, that's
And that audio tape was entered into evidence. legally.
right. Yeah. And this is exactly what we're talking. Well, I say a lot, and Julian mentions also, he's in the chat, how he says, we want to see the evidence. We want to see arrests. We want to see all of this being played out. And you see how well it did in this trial. Now, everybody can hear it for themselves, see it for
Yep.
themselves, read the transcripts, understand the gravity, because that's a lot of heavy stuff. Like, that's heavy
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
like process that this is exact. And I can't even believe she's still alive. Like, they could have taken Cassie out so that she doesn't speak, like they've made other people disappear. So this is kind of wild. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I completely understand Marcus Julian's point about everybody wanting to see arrests and this and that. But yeah, arrest would be fine. But right now, if they go to court, how many of these? We've been talking for 3 weeks now about these corrupt judges.
Yeah.
How are we going to get justice? Let's say you arrest somebody, but then it goes to court. How are we going to get justice there when there's corrupt individuals in the court system? You're not going to get it. That's why you have to clean everything out first. And while you're cleaning everything out, then you slowly bring out the evidence to the public. So once it gets to a point to where they get the people in place that are going to uphold the Constitution and uphold the rule of law, then it'll be easier for the convictions to happen. And it will be accepted by the public because along the way, what have they been shown? Evidence.
Right, and this is exactly what we want to hear. So we're gonna continue with the news so that Jimmy can get all the news out, and then I'll put the link in the description so if anybody wants to hop on and say something, they can, they can hop on. But go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, so air traffic control outage. Oh wait, speaking of that, thank you to I think it was Roy that told us who Waymo was. It's it's a taxi service in Phoenix.
Yep, taxi service in Phoenix. Thank you, Roy.
Yes, thank you so much. Air traffic control outage in Denver. Supreme Court debates birthright citizenship ban. And we're going to talk about that later too, I guess. Trump announces $200 billion in the United Arab Emirates deals. $200 billion coming back to the United States. Wow, that's such a greedy person, huh? Anyway.
And you see what I'm saying? Exactly. It's like, how do I respond to something like that when when you really look into it, that's what making America great really means.
Yeah, you just got $200 billion more in investment into the United States.
Right. Like, is that is that supposed to be a bad thing? Like, I don't get that.
That just doesn't affect Trump. I mean, if you're going to be greedy is you're only looking out for yourself.
Right.
But right there, and that was just one, not counting the money he got from Saudi Arabia and all the other countries. I had a whole list. I think I put it on my Facebook, but he got trillions of dollars in investment for our country.
Exactly. For all of us. It's not just him or their pockets, which they've been doing for years. And what about us? I mean, we should be living like Saudi Arabia.
We definitely should be.
Our cities should be looking like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And they're not. Yeah. So am I missing something here?
Again, they've been looking to destroy. That's the whole idea behind the plan to destroy America.
Yeah, and that's what makes me believe that, because I'm like, why? We're in 2025. Why do I still have potholes on the street? Why do we still have the infrastructure that we have right now? Why isn't it looking like Saudi Arabia right now? We should be all looking like kings and driving Ferraris by now.
Did you see their roads in the video? Any of the videos?
Lots of them. Just
their roads are like
everybody is rich over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about it, but when you do, it's like, how can you be angry at them? They're doing it right economically for their citizens. Saudi Arabia actually cares about their people. They don't let just anybody come in and take citizenship. You could visit, but you gotta go when you're done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sightseeing, you could go home. That's exactly what we need to be doing. All right, go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, so Qatar, and that's another very rich country. Qatar Airways orders 160 Boeing jets.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of plants here in the United States that make Boeing jets.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 160 new planes, which that means job security right there. People in America making money.
Yes, that needs to stop being taboo to say. Like, we need to feel like that towards our own nation. That's what nationalism is. But they demonize that word so much to make you feel guilty about wanting that for your country and for your people. So to me, that's what it is, and that's why I support that.
Yeah. All right, Ukraine-Russian peace talks delayed in Turkey. New Jersey transit strike. Oh, this was another one. James Comey under investigation for 8647 Instagram post seen
my
as a
God.
potential threat to Trump's life.
Oh my God, Jimmy, did you see that?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
I
saw it.
couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe
Right.
it.
Gretchen Whitmer did the same thing back in 2020 when
I
she
didn't
was
know
on
that.
when she was on a Zoom call. Behind her on her little desk or whatever, there were blocks and it said 8645.
No.
Yes,
Okay,
fact.
okay,
Fact.
okay. You see, this is what gets me. Why? Is it them that's doing this, or is there somebody behind the scenes setting it up and letting them take the blame for it, like as if they don't know, like plausible deniability or something?
You know, I have said several times that we're watching a movie. All right. And Dave from X22 always closes his show with Patriots are in control. So is some of this stuff being scripted the way it is to get the public's attention and to wake them up? That's a possibility.
Yeah, but not when it's a legit threat to the president, because that's a threat in my opinion. So
Well, yeah,
I
but
mean,
this is where I'll go into my conspiracy side of things, and I'll say stuff that people are like, oh, he ain't got no evidence for that. Yeah, of course. You know, I know that, but I think I think this is scripted for the exact reason I just said.
Okay, so can we play that clip that you sent me about the 8647? Because
Yeah,
yeah, that
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is just so shocking to me. This is the first time I've seen something like this, so I'm gonna play it.
Played out before our eyes. This morning, President Donald J. Trump posted a photo from the Oval Office. He and Barack Obama sitting side by side. Above them, all roads lead to Obama. Below, read truth if you want public military tribunals. This isn't a meme. This isn't trolling. It's a signal. To understand it, we need to go back. First to the 8647 post from James Comey. Cryptic message. A number, 8647. Mob code for eliminate Trump. But also exactly 8,647 days after 9/11.
Yep.
Okay, pause. You see, did you guys hear that? We gotta pause that right there. Did you just hear what he said? So not only is the 8647 a legit threat, because 86 was like a gang reference to 8 miles out, 6 feet deep, which means to kill somebody. 47 is the 47th president. And then he posted that 8,647 days after 9/11. I'm sorry, that's not a coincidence. It's not.
Do you see why now I say this is scripted?
Yes, and this is why I believe like 95% of the things you say. And I'm not even in the Q movement or none of that, because all I have to do is see this stuff and there is no defending that. Why?
That is the point, Ruby. You just made a very good point. Yes, I went down the Q drops. I did all that. I learned all that. That was helpful for me in a way to learn what's going on. Then I've taken that information and I've left Q out. I don't talk about Q a lot on here. I don't put up posts and, we don't show videos about it. But you, having no affiliation with it, are now seeing some of these things that I've already looked at, that I've prepared to share with everybody, and you're learning it. And you're making, and it's not that, oh, you're just following Jimmy Bell. No, that's not like you.
Right.
You are seeing evidence, you're seeing patterns, and that's a good thing. More people need to take a look at that stuff.
Right. And there's just no defending that. And even he tried to defend that by saying, "Oh, I didn't know what that meant." What you talking about? He was the head of what, the FBI? Or something
FBI.
like that? There, you cannot say you didn't know that. The FBI legit has lists of what symbols mean, what numbers mean when it comes to gang stuff, tattoos. They literally have these things
Yep.
and they know it. You
Yep.
cannot say, as the former FBI director, whoever you were, that you didn't know what that meant. I'm sorry. And then just the cherry on top was the 8,647 days after 9/11. What is that supposed to mean when we know who did 9/11? And that's
Yeah.
not a conspiracy theory.
Nope. That's
So,
not.
okay. All right. So I
Oh.
just wanted everybody to pause right there. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Is the information that there was 8,640 days in between 9/11 and the post, did that surprise folks? Did that surprise you guys in the chat?
Yeah,
Did
let
you
me know
even
in the chat.
did you even know that?
Exactly. Did you even know that? Because I didn't know that until I went on X and there was a Nick Fuentes clip that just pops up in my algorithm. And somebody said it to Nick. And even he was shocked on the live stream. Like, no way. He Googled it right there and then, confirmed that it was. And there's no defending that, especially
Yep.
with what we know about 9/11. What this guy is saying, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's just no coincidence. That's what Beverly just said. I believe that more than ever now. Because if you guys been watching me for a long time, you guys remember how I used to be like, "Oh, how could you know that? Am I being naive or what, Jimmy?" I was trying I was trying to put myself on the spotlight with that because there's a lot of people out there like me. But when it comes to something like this is the wake up moment for people, for my generation, because we were alive in 9/11. We remember that psyop, how huge it was. Okay, so anyways, I just wanted to pause it there, but we'll finish the clip.
Okay.
Message or a threat to the president and to us, the country? Is he saying, we did it once, we can do it again? Then Trump responds, not with panic, but with purpose. At 8:37 a.m. yesterday, the president posted chilling video. The video Hillary Clinton does not want you to see. A documentary-style expose. Names, faces, bodies, a long trail of death, silence and suspicion. And now this. This isn't politics as usual. This is Game of Thrones, played out in real life. And the throne at stake? Global power. Trump is separating from Netanyahu. He's cutting the strings, forging peace with Arab states without the war machine's blessing. Because Trump stands for something the globalists fear. Peace without their permission. Watch closely, because this isn't just a political battle. It's the final chapter of an empire built on lies, and the first spark of a new world rising. My friends, we are all anonymous, and the game only ends when the truth is no longer feared.
That's awesome.
Okay, and you see how I also used to tell you that I was very skeptical of Trump with Israel and all that, and you
Right.
guys say, "Oh, well, he's gonna leave it for last," yada yada.
Yeah.
When I see Trump doing stuff like this, and people bring it up how he's making peace with them, like without their permission, like what he just said.
Mhm.
Now that I'm seeing Trump go over there, how they're treating him, how they're receiving him, the respect, the love. I have never seen that with any other president. So it's like I'm moving, the needle's moving for me with that too. It's like I'm actually trusting in or having faith in Trump that he's doing the right thing without me knowing all the information right now. Because
Right.
sometimes faith has to come into, like, that's not just a spiritual thing. I think it's with everything in life. We need to have faith and trust in certain things without knowing all the information. And I fall for that. I'm like, no, I need to know right now. I need all the information. I'm not going to move forward. I am stubborn. I'll admit that sometimes I get stubborn with these things because
Mhm.
I'm like, I need to know. And the whole country is like that. But we just won't until it's, given to us, told to us, or leaked. Like some stuff just leaks out of nowhere. And I don't think those are coincidences either. But
No.
just for
No,
the sake
because-
of that argument.
Because we were always told the information, this is an information war, And eventually what you're going to see is drip, 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 then flood. And what that talked about was the slow release of information so that the public can digest the information that they're receiving at that time.
Right.
So these folks calling for arrest, I understand, because they see this information. It's like me. I've been on this stuff for 5 years now. Do you not think I want to see this war come to an end?
Right,
Do you
right,
not?
of course.
But I understand that if you drop, I mean, think about what's been exposed in the Diddy trial. If you drop that along with Epstein, Clinton, the royal family, you drop all that at one time on a civilization,
Right.
it's going to be chaotic, and people are going to lose their lives.
Yeah, I believe that now. Yeah, 8 months ago I was like, no, we should get all the truth right now. But now I'm like, I think Jimmy was right, a little bit right, because they're already freaking out with every little thing Trump does. Imagine if they act the actual truth. And that's what bothers me, is that these normies still get stuck on the lies, and they're freaking out about a lie. Imagine if they knew the truth.
Yeah.
So that's how it is for me. That's how.
So, all right. Anything in the chat, real quick, on that segment?
Mrs. So Much More says, "Yeah, Comey isn't stupid, just trying to play dumb."
Yeah.
John Marciano, are they plotting something and giving a cryptic message? And you see, that's when I would believe that the deep state is sending a message back to the what Jimmy would call white hats, or just like to the outsiders. In my opinion, that would be a message like that, and that would be a threat. In my opinion, yeah.
Yeah. There's some things that I've heard about, and that I know that's been talked about, that I don't mention on this show, because it's, I've mentioned some crazy stuff, but let's just say Comey, that's another. I do believe, I have no evidence for it, but with what I've seen through the back channels of sources, I don't think he's with us either anymore.
Okay.
And let's just say, to tie it to that, it has something to do with those 30,000 guillotines that were bought under the Obama administration, under the Affordable Care Act. So
really, I didn't even know about that.
We'll talk about that privately. I'll just leave it at that. I'll just put that out as a teaser. So, okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, was any comment? We good?
No, just the same thing that, Thrifty says, if you are Comey and walking on an isolated beach and see a political message laid out in the sand, he should have been concerned about a possible threat. He is not credible. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
It stinks of a setup. Like, if he didn't do it himself, it still stinks. Like it was staged. He took a picture, he posted it because he wanted that message to get out. And that's how we know who these black hats are. Like we know our enemy now. They're not like in plain hiding anymore. And that's
you. That's what I've been talking about. We need to know who the enemies are, and we're being shown who the enemy is every day. Every day,
right?
There's something. All right. So speaking of that, let's see. FBI folds the public corruption squad that aided Jack Smith's Trump's investigations. Going back to that, those 34 felony things that were on Trump. Even CNN admitted this week that was bogus.
Oh, I saw that you said that on Facebook, but I didn't see. I don't watch the news or anything, so I didn't.
Yeah, there was a video clip that CNN. So for all those people that still want to say, "Oh, Trump's a felon," no, that was all BS. Told you that from day one.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up and see that. Okay.
All right. Smokey Robinson is under criminal investigation after housekeepers accuse him of sexual assault.
No, I like him. No, my favorite song is Cruising Away from Here. No, come on, Jimmy. Almost everybody's going to be accused in Hollywood. It's Hollywood. Stop. They did the same thing to Bill Cosby and to Harvey Weinstein. And did you see that Candace Owens did an interview with Harvey from jail?
Yeah, well, I guess. Look, hey,
Hey.
that's why I put up a meme the other day that said that the age of celebrity icons or people worshiping them or whatever and looking up to them,
That's
that
done.
time is over. It's
Yeah,
over.
that's dead. Yeah, I know. But I'm sorry. These assaults, and I don't want to sound insensitive or whatever, but I am not the type to say believe all women. I'm not the type to be like, "Oh, me too." I'm just not that type anymore. I used to be, but I just after what they did to I don't know. I'm just gonna say Bill Cosby is a great example, and Harvey. I've seen it was in the gut, like in my gut. We used to feel even back then that Harvey was the information might be true, but I'm sorry, they were consenting adults and they took him down anyway because he was a big figure. And but it's just my opinion. I believe they took him down, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna even get into it because this is not that kind of a show. But
That could go many different ways on that one.
yeah,
All right. Walmart says it plans to raise prices despite lowering U.S. tariffs. And that's why Trump blasted Walmart in one of his Truth Social posts. And we know where Walmart gets most of their goods and who funds them. That's China.
China.
So,
Jinx.
yeah. Kash Patel delivers fiery warning after FBI disrupts mass shooting. Terror plot targeting the military. Ooh, I did not know about that one.
Nope, me neither.
All right, that was Thursday. Any comments on Thursday? Man, we still got Friday and Saturday to go.
Yeah, just go ahead because everybody is in agreement about the shells.
All right.
And the felonies. Okay, go ahead.
What time is it? 10:30? Okay. All right.
Yes, 10:30.
Okay. Trump addresses the Comey 80. This is Friday. Trump addresses Comey's 8647 message. He knew exactly what it meant.
Yes.
That's what Trump. Moody's. Now, I saw a lot of people all head over heels about this one too. Moody's downgrades the U.S. credit rating. Okay. The only thing I'll say to that is, do you understand that there's two parallel economies in place right now? One's trying to come in while one's going out. So please tell me which line was downgraded.
Okay. I mean, I understand the theory because I haven't really, dived into that.
Right.
But I do think that they're talking about the fake one, the installed one that's not legitimate.
Yes, exactly. And so there's so many people I saw this week. Oh, our credit rating dropped. Trump's doing the horrible things. Blah, blah. They don't understand that there's more at play there.
Right.
All right. Israel strikes 2 Houthi-controlled ports and unleashes new barrage on Gaza. What is Israel doing? Trump says a lot of people are starving in Gaza. Trump says U.S. has given Iran proposal for nuclear deal. Ukraine and Russia finally hold direct talks. In Sean Diddy Combs' trial, Cassie Ventura's cross-examination ends. Sorry. Okay. This is huge. Recordings of Biden Justice Department interview emerges, highlighting his memory lapses.
Yep.
I'm gonna come back. Let me finish the thing, and I'll come back to that one. Apple blocks Fortnite game on iPhones. 7 men at large after escape from New Orleans jail.
Wow.
Yeah. U.S. announces first terrorism charges for supporting a Mexican cartel. Huge fire engulfs historic plantation house in Louisiana. And FBI Director Kash Patel says the agency is leaving its D.C. headquarters.
Really? Going where?
I'm not sure where they said. Could be in Nevada, Texas. But I remember posting some things on my Facebook page showing a lot of buildings in Washington, D.C. that have been shut down for a while. There's
Mm,
nobody in there. And then,
interesting.
yeah, so the plot thickens. Now, let's
Mhm.
go back to the recordings of Biden's Justice Department interview emerges highlighting his memory lapse. This was Robert Hur, who was heading up that interview. And there was audio tape that the deep state, the media, did not want coming out because the whole narrative that they were building was, oh, Biden is 100% healthy. He's good. He can do this. They were propping him up. And they didn't want this information to come out. So it came out.
Right.
And it showed that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
Yep, which we already kind of knew. I mean, if anybody was watching the last 4 years or the whole presidency.
I think we need to play that clip. Go to my Facebook page. Go to my Facebook page.
Facebook. Okay. Going back to Facebook. Okay, bye, Mrs. So Much More. She's leaving. Good night. Okay.
And you're going to want to look for her audio tape or something.
Okay.
That was Comey's house. What's that?
Hillary Clinton.
Oh, that's not it. Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Then keep going.
Mayor. Clinton again. All right. Geopolitics. Oh, I saw what you posted this about Tampa, Florida. That's crazy. Okay.
It's
CNN admitting. Okay, that was CNN. Okay.
That wasn't it.
All right.
It's in here. I think I put it up there.
Was it the leaked video, the recording?
It was the
I think that was on X. It was all over X, actually. It went viral.
I can't remember where it's at then.
Okay, so here we are on X. I think I liked it. And I was like, Jimmy, what the heck is that? Why is everybody sharing this clip? Everybody knows that he was not there.
Yeah.
Like, what? Oh, yeah, there's a lot of clips.
There's so much going on right now.
I know,
so
guys.
much.
Isn't it incredible?
You might just need to do a quick search real quick. Do a quick search. Do a quick search. Leaked her audio. HUR.
Oh, HUR. Okay, let's see. HU. Let's see.
To duties performed by, I guess I'll call them front office staff. Is that an accurate description?
There you go.
I don't really know, but okay.
Okay. Well, what did you call the people who worked for you?
With their names, if I knew them.
Okay.
I'm not being facetious.
No, of course not.
I'm trying to think back 10 years now, or more than 10 years, I guess. No, about 10 years. No, wait, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 5, 6. Anyway.
Mr. President, let's continue. I wanted to ask some questions relating to duties.
Okay, so that's one clip.
In Chambers Road, and there were documents related to the Penn Biden Center or the Biden or the cancer failure shot or your book. Where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying. And so it was, and by the way, there were still a lot of people at the time when I got out of the Senate that were encouraging me to run in this period, except the president. They're not a mean thing to say, but he just thought that she had a better shot of winning the presidency than I did. And so I hadn't at this point, even though I'm at Penn, I hadn't walked away from the idea that I might run for office again. So if I ran again, I'd be running for president. And so what was happening though, when did Bo die? May 30th, 2018. Was it 2015 he died? 2015. I think it's 2015.
I'm not sure the months are, but I think that was.
Yeah.
Hey, Ruby, I think we get the point.
Okay, yeah. So I saw that and I was like, okay, why does this matter? I kind of thought everybody knew Biden was a little off the hook, or like he shouldn't have been the president if he doesn't know dates, times, or big moments in his life like that when his son died. But that was like, yeah, I was a little confused by that. So I was like, Jimmy, what does this matter? Like, why are people shocked about this?
Because the media, like I said, portrayed him as being competent, that he was doing a great job, and they were hiding the fact that our president or resident was incapable of doing the job. After that interview, they said that he would not be able to stand trial.
And I remember that too.
Yes.
If he can't stand trial, then why is he the president?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And if he's not competent enough to know what was going on, how could he run the country? And then it goes back to who was really signing the executive orders. It goes back to the auto pen. Were the people that were propping this guy up, were they the ones using the auto pen to pass stuff? And if that's the case, and why it's important for Americans to understand this is because then you have some unelected bureaucrats making decisions that affect the whole country that we didn't vote for.
And that's what they say about Elon Musk right now. But there's a huge difference when it comes
huge
to
difference.
that. A huge difference. Trump he's here. He's in the present. He can tell you things that happened 20 years ago. He knows, and he's there signing these things right in front of us on TV. There is no question about his intentions or what Trump is doing. But with Biden, we rarely saw him. His speeches were all scripted. He never went off script. I felt like they gave him a booster shot just to be alive for 30 minutes and then straight decline. Like if it just he ran out of juice or something.
Yeah. And so this information drops on Friday, but we saw that Tuesday they probably knew something like this was going to happen, because on Tuesday that's when the reports came out that Biden had, was it Tuesday? Biden, small nodule found on Joe Biden's prostate during recent physical.
Yo, that's crazy. So that just came out, right? That he has
cancer? That was Tuesday of last week.
Last Tuesday.
Yeah, that was Tuesday. And then Friday, you had her audio tape come out, which was huge. And then not 48 hours later, now he has full-blown stage 4 cancer.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I think he's always had that for a very long time, and they hid it from us so that he can become the president.
The whole storyline doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah. And this is why, I think that's been done on purpose, because we all know how I feel about Joe Biden and when he left this place, and that there were 4 actors playing Joe Biden. That's what I believe. I'll stand by that.
But even when he was president, he had that surgery, right? He had like a brain surgery or something, and he was out for like 24 days, and Kamala was was in charge for like 24 hours. That was the
there,
scariest 24 hours of our life.
yeah.
We,
So
we were like this praying for Joe Biden.
once the real history writes itself about
Mhm.
the Biden presidency and what went down, I think people are going to be shocked.
Okay, so quick to the chat because we have a question for Jimmy from JG. He says, Jimmy, do you think that the Dems' plan was to run Biden and once installed, he was going to step down and hand the presidency to Kamala? The timing of his current diagnosis seems suspicious.
I think that was one of the avenues that they wanted to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Because and this is the reason why is because they wanted to get back and continue their 16-year plan. So, we talked about the first 8 years, and then we know what happened after Trump came into office.
Right.
And,
so it wasn't right. It was
and so it was paused. That's why Trump said there was a pause. He has said that many times in speeches. And so, but a lot of people didn't understand what was going on. So this is why I do believe that the Biden presidency was all scripted and designed to help start waking people up. Because I'll tell you, a lot more people woke up during the Biden presidency.
Okay, so Steen
And,
says that's
sorry. So go back to trying to get Hillary, or not Hillary, but Kamala in. They just needed the deep state just needed a puppet to fulfill the last 8 years. Right. And when we go through that, you will see exactly these things that were happening under Biden's presidency that they were trying to get back on track.
Mm-hmm. All right. Steen says that's exactly what dementia patients do. They can't answer an open-ended question like, where were you yesterday?
That's true.
Biden had intravenous marks on his hands. Might have been chemo.
There was that.
Thrifty says Biden also started the Moonshot Initiative to raise awareness of cancer and find new cures. He was surrounded by cancer experts. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now because I remember him saying stuff like, "No, that's when he was running. He was running on that. He was like, we're gonna find the cure to cancer or something like that." And I was like, that's a weird, like a very specific thing to say.
The cure for cancer is out there. It's just been hidden from all of us.
Oh, I believe that. They probably had that 100 years ago. They probably had that.
Mm-hmm.
But I found it weird that was very specific. Well, that was one of his like running things. John Marciano says, I believe Jimmy. Remember Biden with the deep, dark eyes.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, hi, Gigi. She says they supposedly also had an AI lookalike for Biden.
That's possible too.
Yeah, that's why that's no good.
Yeah, there's a lot that I could say about the whole Biden thing. It goes back to the military funeral that was conducted on Inauguration Day back in 2021, but we're not going to talk about that tonight.
Yes. Okay, well, we're at the bottom of the chat. You can continue, Jimmy.
Hold on. We are at the last day of the news blast. Oh my God, this one's been long. Over the weekend, I'll go through it real quick. Mike Pence criticizes Trump on tariffs and key foreign policy issues. Screw you, Mike Pence. You're a freaking traitor.
Traitor.
All
Yeah,
right.
I was just about to say that. Jinx, because I was like, go home, traitor.
Yeah. Suspect identified in deadly blast outside Palm Springs fertility clinic.
Oh,
Joe,
did you see that?
I actually didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Continue.
Joe Biden diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer. Okay. Trump's bill advances in rare weekend vote as conservatives negotiate changes. Ukraine Zelensky meets with U.S. officials. At least 21 killed, dozens injured as tornadoes hit Missouri and Kentucky. 3 of the 10 inmates recaptured after escape from New Orleans jail. Brooklyn Bridge hit by a Mexican Navy training ship. 2 dead, 19 injured.
Bro, yo, and I don't even think I called Tony. I forgot to call Tony because I was like, yo, how the hell did you guys hit the Brooklyn Bridge? I'm sorry. That was just like, is that an accident? Do you think that was an accident or what?
Nah, I'm sorry. There's a Q post that says Navy ship wreck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's more underneath it, but I do know, and I could find it and put it on X and prove it. But it says Navy ship wreck, or something like that.
No, yeah, no,
Right.
I'm sorry. That's weird for me.
So,
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And the last two, Treasury Secretary calls Moody's a lagging indicator after U.S. credit downgrade. And this is the one that I'm laughing at. FBI bosses insist Jeffrey Epstein killed himself after reviewing his file.
Yep.
I don't believe that one damn bit.
Oh yes. Okay. So just so people can see this was the bombing, and this is weird. They say, okay, let me just show it. They say that this is the anti-pro-life terrorist bombed a fertility clinic in Palm Springs. First of all, why are they saying anti-pro-life? Why don't you just say pro-choicers? So it's a word. It's a word.
It's a wordplay.
Yeah, it's a word play here that I saw that right at the get-go. And I'll just play the clip.
As I mentioned yesterday, our efforts to positively identify the deceased individual here has been found. We are fairly confident that subject is Guy Edward Bartkus, 25-year-old from, again, Palm Springs. I'm sorry, from, again, 29 Palms. This is the same individual that I mentioned yesterday. However, due to our investigation, we were keeping some of that information close hold, but we were now releasing it to you today. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force indicates that we believe he was the subject found near the vehicle. I also want to provide the vehicle information to you. He was driving a 2010 silver Ford Fusion sedan with license plate number 8, H as in Henry, W as in William, S as in Sam, 848. Again, that is license plate number 8 as in Henry. I'm sorry, 8, H as in Henry, W as in William, S as in Sam, 848. That's critical because we need the public's help in identifying gaps in our investigation. We know where Mr. Bartkus was at about 6 a.m. We know the timeline of when he entered the city. However, we need the public's help for identifying where he traversed within the city before the explosion went off.
Okay, so that was that.
Wow.
Right? That none of the eggs, died or anything like that. And I'm personally really against this IVF stuff. So I don't know this guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure stuff is gonna come out more about him and his views. But I'm glad that nobody else was killed or hurt. Right.
Right.
And then I did share this with you guys in the group chat that we have, because even I was a little like, are people believing this? Like, I was like, are people really buying this story? Okay, right here.
They killed him.
Whoops.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to get, I've seen the whole file. He killed himself. I know it's hard work.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one bit.
Not at all.
I think this is a chess move.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the other things that you're in an information war, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
What's the best way to root out some bad actors? Put some disinformation out there.
Mm-hmm.
And even in the Q post, it said disinformation is necessary. It's kind of like when you're playing poker and you're bluffing your hand. You say you got a good hand, but you're bluffing. I think they're bluffing right here.
Okay, so you think that they're doing it on purpose?
I do. Personally, I do.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not believing this guy. You see, his eyes are moving around a lot. Like, I agree with Thrifty. She says, watch the eyes. They go left towards Dan. I mean, his eyes are all over the place. And if you know anything about body language, because you know how you watch those YouTube videos of like body language experts and stuff like that, they're like, oh yeah, this guy is definitely lying when they look to the left. I'm like, you know what? I see his face and I don't believe a word coming out of his mouth. And
but see, what'll happen? What'll happen? I'm sorry. What'll happen though is there's some people out there, you know, the deep state players out there. They may feel like, oh wow, okay, so that the heat's off of us right now because of this, and then they're going to go do something stupid and get exposed. It's been happening like all the time. So we'll see what comes of this. I think more is going to come out from this, but yeah, I'm not buying it one bit.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, at first it was disappointing because Cash talked about the 9/11 stuff, and I really did believe him when he said those kind of stuff. Not only because of my own bias, but like just his body language. You know what I'm saying? Like you could totally tell he was telling the truth, in my opinion. But when he was talking about this one, I'm sorry. I was.
Well, you can look. You can look at the difference in his body language when he went to give a testimony in Congress, and he obliterated that one Democratic Congress lady, and you could just, you can tell when he's completely convinced of something because he's standing. I mean, he was laser focused during that hearing, and there was different body language here.
Yes, that's what I mean. Thank you, Jimmy. Really quickly, do you know anything about this? Gigi says no one is mentioning the hostage that Trump just released. They never want to give him any credit. Do you know anything about that?
We mentioned that last week that there was a hostage released. We did mention that was on the news blast last week.
Okay, because I didn't look into that. I don't really know.
It was like the last American hostage out of Gaza. I think that's the one.
Oh,
Gigi
the last one, right? I think it was the last American or something like that.
The last American.
Okay. All right, now I remember. Okay, what's next? Was there anything next?
That's it for the news blast. Oh my God, it's 11 o'clock.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and we've only been going live for an hour and 40 something minutes.
Well, yeah, you were late there we had that too. So
damn, like 5 minutes. Damn.
I think it was more like 15.
Damn. Oh, I'm so angry at myself. I really wanted to like pinch myself. Like, damn.
Well, I tell you, how long have we been live? Hour and 43.
43, yeah.
All right, and it's 10:55, so that's 12 minutes. No, it's 12 minutes.
Yo, damn.
12 minutes.
All
right. So I'm thinking, okay, so the money videos, they're 3 minutes. We've been playing a lot of videos tonight. We might want to stick with that right now. And that 24 minute, I really want to get into that next. And the reason why is because the second part of the 16-year plan, I could probably do it in like 30 minutes. But I know we got about 35 minutes of video still left to play. So that takes us to 11:30, and then we got to talk about it. So let's go that route. Let's go with the money thing and then come back to the 16-year plan. And if we don't have time at the end of the night, we will pick up on this first thing next week.
Okay. So the money video, it's 24 minutes. It breaks down the financial system. So this is what Jimmy shared with me. Hang
on. We need to play our little intro for the conspiracy.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you if this is the time, because
this is the time. This is the time.
Segment. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Let's play it. All right, everybody. Welcome to the second part of the show where we kind of go out of bounds. This is like
Yeah.
open discussions now. So we're going to play the video.
Now, hold on. Before we do that, if you don't mind, before we get into the videos, folks, I really want you to go ahead and Google or look up the 16-year plan to destroy America, part 1 and 2 by Melissa Grenier, Grenier. It was published on October 11th of 2021. Please go and read that because if we don't get to the second part this evening, at least that'll give you guys a chance to catch up on everything that's listed here that I've talked about before. So it's kind of some homework, something you can look up. Okay, so this next thing, like Ruby said, the money situation. Ruby, the video I want to start with is the cartoony one. I want to go with the cartoon one, and then the 24-minute video one, and then ended up with the dude Jordan Clark. So if it's on your Facebook Messenger.
Okay. Let me go back to Facebook.
I knew you were like looking like, where's it at, Jimmy?
Oh yes, I was like, what the heck he's talking about?
I caught that.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to Facebook, everybody. Now I remember it's the Toodle Twins, and I do use the Toodle Twins. I used it for homeschooling curriculum for a long time. Great videos for kids, but it was good for me too. Like I was learning stuff.
Just a bill, a dollar bill. I represent your future salary that you can spend it well. So take my hand and let's go see all the great things you can buy. Wow!
Don't mind me, just taking a small tax for Medicare.
Oof, ouchie.
Are you okay? You're smaller now.
Well, the government wouldn't take anything they don't absolutely need.
This is gonna be fun.
Just come with me. Ow!
Sorry, just a little Social Security tax and property, sales, and income tax too.
I preferred the scissors.
There are more taxes? Oh yes, there's just federal income, state income, local income, property sales, capital gains, estate, excise, school district, a gasoline tax, and some bonus ones for fun. Whoa. I want you for the U.S. government. And because taxes only cover about half of what the government spends, they just print money to pay for the rest. Which means you're getting taxed secretly through inflation too. Here's Sammy! Mr. Bell, look out!
Oh, poor Mr. Bill. There's so much less of you now.
I thought we earned this money.
So did the government. What's the most valuable thing in the world? Ooh, money?
The approval of adults!
No, I'm just a bill, a dollar bill. I represent your future salary that you can spend it well.
I think it's it. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to play that one as a lead-in to the deeper discussion that we're going to go into on the 24-minute video, and then we use the last one to wrap up the whole subject.
All right, so now we're gonna go over to the 20-minute video on X.
And while we're doing that, I'm gonna put power to my phone and go use the bathroom real quick and all that good stuff while we're watching the video.
Yes. Okay, everybody. And we're just gonna play it through, right? Like no pausing, just let it play.
Yeah, just let it play.
You let me know. Okay.
Yeah, I'll
just
let you know.
Okay, everybody. Watch party.
Yeah, that's what this is turning into.
They say that money doesn't grow on trees, but the truth is that the modern banking system creates currency far faster than trees can grow. Most people don't have a clue how currency is created. Economists and bankers make it sound so complex that people think they can't understand it. But I'm going to strip our monetary system down to its essence so that you can see the scam behind the curtain and just how it affects you. Every modern society creates currency in pretty much the same way. But since the US dollar is the majority of the world's currency, I'm going to use the United States as our example. It all starts when some politician says, vote for me and I'll make sure the government provides you more free stuff than my opponent will. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. So to provide that supposedly free stuff, the politicians vote for the country to spend more than its income. This is called deficit spending. To pay for that deficit spending, the Treasury borrows currency by issuing a bond. So what's a bond? If you think about it, a bond is really nothing but a glorified IOU. It's a pretty piece of paper with numbers printed on it that says, loan me $1 trillion today, and I promise over a 10-year period, I'm going to pay you back that $1 trillion plus interest. But what you need to understand is that Treasury bonds are our national debt. These glorified IOUs are to be paid back by you and I and our descendants through future taxation. Therefore, when the government issues a bond, it steals prosperity out of the future so that it can spend it today. The Treasury then holds a bond auction, and the world's largest banks show up and compete to buy part of our national debt and make a profit on it by earning interest. You'll notice that as we move through this process, the big banks are there, taking a cut every step of the way. This isn't by chance, as you'll see shortly. Then, through a shell game called open market operations, the banks get to sell some of those bonds to the Federal Reserve at a profit. To pay for the bonds, the Federal Reserve opens up its big old checkbook and writes bad, bogus, counterfeit checks that should bounce because they're drawn on an account that always has a zero balance. There isn't one penny in there. To quote from the Boston Federal Reserve, when you or I write a check, there must be sufficient funds in our account to cover that check. But when the Federal Reserve writes a check, there is no bank deposit on which that check is drawn. When the Federal Reserve writes a check, it is creating money. The Fed then hands those checks to the banks, and at this point, currency springs into existence. The banks then take that currency and buy more bonds at the next Treasury auction. But what is a check? A check is also an IOU. When you write a check, you're making a note that says, here's my IOU for cash. All you have to do is go to the bank and pick it up. Now, it's very, very important that you understand this process because we're going to come back later and show you the devastating effect this has on you. The Treasury issues IOUs, bonds. The banks then buy those IOUs with currency. The Federal Reserve then writes IOUs, checks, and hands them to the banks in exchange for the Treasury's IOUs, the bonds. And currency is created. So what's really happening is the Federal Reserve and the Treasury are just swapping IOUs, using the banks as middlemen, and abracadabra, presto, currency magically springs into existence. This process repeats and repeats over and over again, enriching the banks and indebting the public by raising the national debt. The end result is that there's a buildup of bonds at the Federal Reserve and currency at the Treasury. This process is also where all paper currency comes from. The Federal Reserve and the government mistakenly call it base money because they didn't watch episode 1 of this series and they don't know the difference between money and currency. But I will correctly refer to it as base currency because it is not money. It is currency, and as we've learned, there is a big difference. Money has to be a store of value and maintain its purchasing power over long periods of time. We learned in episode 1 that earlier in our history, our paper currency was just a claim check. It was a representation for real money of intrinsic value, the gold and silver that was held on deposit at the Treasury. You could walk into any bank and slap your currency, like say a $20 bill, on the counter and redeem it for real money, a $20 gold piece. But now, this base currency that's piling up back here is really nothing but a receipt or a claim check on an IOU, that bond. So it's really nothing but a supply of numbers. The Treasury then deposits the newly created currency into the various branches of the government, and the politicians say, hey, thanks for that. And the government does some deficit spending on public works, social programs, and war. The government employees, contractors, and soldiers then deposit their pay in the banks. Now, this may come as a shock to you, but when you deposit your currency with the bank, you're not actually depositing it into an account to be safely held in trust for you. Instead, you're actually loaning the bank your currency, and within certain legal limits, they can do with it pretty much anything they please. This includes gambling in the stock market and loaning it out, at a profit, of course. Now, this is where the machine of currency creation really gets cranking, because this is where something called fractional reserve lending comes into play. Fractional reserve lending is exactly what it says. The banks are allowed to reserve only a fraction of your deposit and loan the rest out. Although reserve ratios may vary, I'm going to use a 10% reserve ratio as our example. If you deposit $100 in your account, the bank can legally take $90 of it and loan it out without telling you. The bank must hold $10 of your deposit in reserve just in case you want some of it. These reserves are called vault cash. But why does your bank account still say you have $100 if the bank has stolen $90 of it? Because the bank left IOUs it created, called bank credit, in its place. Now I know this sounds crazy, but here it is in black and white from the Fed. Commercial banks create checkbook money when they grant a loan simply by adding new deposit dollars in accounts on their books in exchange for a borrower's IOU. These are nothing but numbers that the banks type into their computers. And even though these bank credit IOU numbers are very different from base currency numbers, because they only exist in computers, they are still currency. So now there is $190 in existence. Now, the reason people take out loans from the banks is to buy something. They're going to buy a house or a car or something like that. So the borrower takes the $90 that the bank loaned to him from your account, and he pays the seller of the item. But then the seller deposits that currency into his account, and his bank loans out 90% of that and leaves bank credit numbers in its place. So now there's $271 in existence. This process repeats and repeats until under a 10% reserve ratio, an initial deposit of just $100 can create up to $1,000 of bank credit, all backed by $100 of vault cash, just 10%. But as I said, reserve ratios vary wildly. On some deposits, it's 10%, on others, it's 3%, and on some forms of deposits, reserve requirements are 0. The result is that the expansion of the currency supply by the banks is far greater than even this example would lead you to believe. So once again, when currency is deposited in the banks get to lend it out, and then it gets redeposited and relent, redeposited and relent, redeposited and relent over and over again, creating bank credit all the way. This is where the vast majority of our currency supply comes from. In fact, 92 to 96% of all currency in existence is created not by the government, but here in the banking system. Now, massive amounts of currency spewing into society may at first sound like a fun idea. That is, until you remember one of the most important hidden secrets of money from episode 1, that the prices of everyday goods and services act as a sponge on an expanding currency supply. The more currency we have, the more prices rise. This is where inflation comes from. The true definition of inflation is an expansion of the currency supply. Rising prices are merely the symptom. So our entire currency supply is nothing but a couple of bucks whipped up in this hocus-pocus scam where the Treasury and the Federal Reserve swap glorified IOUs, and a bunch of numbers that the banks just type into their computers. That's it. That's our entire currency supply. It's nothing but a supply of numbers. Some of them printed, most of them typed, and there is nothing else. But if you thought that was crazy, get ready to enter the twilight zone of modern economics. We work for some of that currency supply. True wealth is your time, but we trade away moments of our lives, hour by hour, day by day, and year by year, for numbers that somebody printed on pieces of paper or just typed into a computer. Now those numbers represent our blood, sweat, tears, labor, ideas, and talent. We are what gives the currency its value. But here comes the really cruel joke. We work hard so that we can save some of that currency, so that we can pay the tax collector in the United States, it's known as the IRS. They then turn it over to the Treasury so that the Treasury can pay the principal plus interest on that bond that the Federal Reserve bought with a check drawn on an account that has nothing in it. Now let's do a recap on this section, because this is where the system begins to rob you and I on a massive scale. Much of our taxes are not used for schools, roads, and public services, but to pay interest on bonds that the Federal Reserve bought with a check drawn on an account that has nothing in it. The Federal Reserve is committing fraud. But here's one of the biggest secrets of them all. Before the establishment of the Federal Reserve, there was no need for personal income tax. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913 And that very same year, the Constitution was amended to allow income tax. Do you really think this was just a coincidence? Ask yourself how much income tax you've paid over your lifetime. Much of it has been silently siphoned away into the hands of those who own the system. Yes, this system has owners. Who they are is an even bigger secret that we'll get to shortly. But first, we need to understand the mumbo-jumbo of the so-called debt ceiling. It's all based on a huge paradox. There was interest due on that bond, and there was interest due on every one of those loans that the banks made. That means that there is interest due on every dollar in existence. Let me ask you something. If you borrow the very first dollar into existence, and that's the only dollar that exists on the planet, but you promise to pay it back plus another dollar's worth of interest, where do you get the second dollar to pay the interest? The answer is that you have to borrow that one into existence and promise to pay it back with interest as well. So now there are $2 in existence, but you owe $4, and so on and so on. The result is there's never enough currency to pay the debt. There is always more debt in the system than there is currency in existence to pay the debt. Therefore, the whole system is impossible. It is finite. It will come to an end one day. What would happen if the government stopped borrowing to do deficit spending? Are the payments on those treasury bonds going to stop? What would happen if the public stopped borrowing and going deeper into debt? Are your house and car payments going to stop? No. There is a payment due every month on the principal plus the interest on every dollar in existence, and those payments do not stop. If we stop borrowing, then no new currency is created to replace the currency that we used to make those payments. Whether you're making a payment on a loan or paying tax to make a payment on a bond, the portion of the payment that goes to pay off the principal extinguishes that portion of the debt. But the debt also extinguishes the currency. Currency and debt are like matter and antimatter. When they meet, they annihilate each other. If we just pay off the principal only on all the loans and bonds that exist, the entire currency supply just vanishes. So if we don't go deeper into debt every year, look what happens. The whole thing goes into a deflationary collapse under the weight of those payments. Politicians and pundits alike talk about balancing the budget, paying down the debt, and living within our means. They don't understand that that is deflationary. It is impossible to do under our current monetary system without collapsing the whole economy. This is why any talk of a debt ceiling is not only ridiculous, it's delusional. The system is designed to require ever-increasing levels of debt just to continue. And that's why politicians will always kick the can down the road and raise this so-called debt ceiling over and over again until the whole system finally collapses under its own weight. In other words, they don't want it to collapse on their watch. The founding fathers of the United States knew the dangers of central banking and fought to free themselves from this very thing. The Revolutionary War started out as a tax revolt, but now we must pay tax just to have a monetary system. Having just suffered through the hyperinflation of the continental dollar, which was printed into oblivion to finance the Revolutionary War, they understood the dangers of fiat currency and debt-based monetary systems. So to protect future generations from institutional theft and out-of-control government, they wrote into the Constitution that only gold and silver can be money for the simple fact that you can't print them. Our current system is not only unconstitutional, but it robs us of the liberty and prosperity our forefathers fought and died for. We are all feeling the effects of ignoring the Constitution right now. By forcing more currency into circulation, our purchasing power is diluted. Inflation is a slow and insidious stealth tax that is simply the result of this debt-based monetary system. This system empowers and benefits those who create the currency and receive it first, as they get to spend it into circulation before it has an effect on the economy. They're stealing purchasing power from you and transferring it to the banks and the government every hour of every day because of this false monetary system. And it's not like the people at the top don't know this. To quote the Federal Reserve, the decrease in purchasing power incurred by the holders of money due to inflation imparts gains to the issuers of money. This is a fraud. It is a pyramid scheme, it is a Ponzi scheme, it's a scam, and it's a lie. Our entire monetary system is nothing but a form of legalized theft. But here's the biggest con job of them all. The Federal Reserve is not federal. It has stockholders. There is no federal agency that has stockholders. What's a stockholder? A share of stock represents a percentage of ownership in a corporation. So the stockholders are the owners of that corporation. Therefore, the Federal Reserve is a private corporation with owners. And you can see it for yourself if you go to the Federal Reserve's website, and it will say, the stockholders receive an annual dividend of 6%. Now, we know that the stock in the Federal Reserve was originally issued to the largest banks in the United States. But because of mergers and acquisitions through the years, you can't actually trace who owns the stock in the Federal Reserve. That's a very closely guarded secret. My guess would be that the owners are those primary dealers, the banks that get to make a profit by selling part of our national debt, those bonds, to the Federal Reserve, who buys them with a check from nothing. Then we pay tax to pay the principal and the interest on those bonds so that the Federal Reserve can pay the banks a 6% dividend. Don't be alarmed if you don't quite comprehend the deception of this system at first glance. Very few people do. It is purposely complex. The economist John Maynard Keynes once wrote, "By this means, government may secretly and unobserved confiscate the wealth of the people, and not one man in a million will detect the theft." I believe that presented correctly, anyone can understand this system, regardless of how complex it is. So let's do a recap and break it down even more. The way the system works is that, step 1, the government creates glorified IOUs. These bonds increase our national debt and put the public on the hook to pay it back. Step 2, IOUs are swapped to create currency. The Treasury sells the bonds to the banks. The banks then turn around and sell our national debt at a profit to the Federal Reserve, which they probably own. The Federal Reserve then opens its checkbook that doesn't have a penny in it and buys those IOUs with IOUs that it writes, checks, on a checking account that has a zero balance. Then they give those checks to the banks and currency just springs into existence. And then the whole process repeats. This results in a buildup of bonds at the Federal Reserve and currency at the Treasury, which is really just a supply of numbers. The Treasury then deposits the numbers in the various branches of the government, and we get to step 3. The government spends the numbers on promises, public works, social programs, and war. Then the government employees, contractors, and soldiers deposit their pay into the banks, and we get to step 4, where the banks multiply the numbers by magically inventing more IOUs through fractional reserve lending, where they steal a portion of everyone's deposit and lend it out. That currency gets redeposited, and then a portion is stolen again. And the process repeats over and over, magnifying the currency supply exponentially. Then we work for some of those numbers, which brings us to step 5, where our numbers are taxed. We pay tax to the IRS, who then turns our numbers over to the Treasury, so the Treasury can pay the principal plus the interest on bonds that were purchased by the Federal Reserve with a check from nothing. Then we get to step 6, the debt ceiling delusion. The system is designed to require ever-increasing levels of debt and will eventually collapse under its own weight because politicians always kick the can down the road. They don't want it to collapse on their watch. And finally, step 7. The secret owners take their cut. The world's largest banks own the Federal Reserve. Those banks make a profit selling our national debt to the Fed. They make a profit when the Fed pays them interest on the reserves held at the Fed, and the Fed pays them a 6% dividend on their ownership of the Fed. This system is fundamentally evil. It funnels wealth from the working population to the government and the banking sector. It is the cause of the artificial booms and busts of modern economies, and it causes great disparity of wealth between the rich and the working class. And it is only possible because we no longer use real money, we use currency. But worst of all, it is a form of enslavement. Bond is the root word of bondage. Whenever a government issues a bond, it is a promise to make us pay tax in the future. Nobody asked you if you wanted to pay tax today for the prosperity we all enjoyed in the last century. Nobody is asking our children if they want to work hard in the future to pay for the prosperity we're enjoying now. George Washington once wrote to James Madison, "No generation has the right to contract debts greater than can be paid off during the course of its own existence." By stealing prosperity from tomorrow so we can spend it today, we enslave ourselves and future generations. Now, this all sounds pretty bad, but there is great hope, for you are the greatest threat to this false monetary system. This system relies on the public being ignorant of its workings. Please share this knowledge with everyone you know, because an informed public that fully understands the system can build a better future for generations to come. And now I leave you with this quote, widely attributed to a former director of the Bank of England. The modern banking system manufactures money out of nothing. The process is perhaps the most astounding piece of sleight of hand that was ever invented. Banking was conceived in inequity and born in sin. Bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create money and control credit, and with the flick of a pen, they will create enough money to buy it back again. But if you want to continue as the slaves of bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to create money and to control credit. This is the Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C. It's located on Constitution Street, and that is just as much of a joke as the New York Fed being located on Liberty Street. Both of them are unconstitutional, both of them limit our liberty, and they transfer wealth away from us every second of every day to the Federal Reserve, to the government, and to the banking sector. You are now among the 1 in a million who can detect the theft of your prosperity. So the big question is, what can you do about it? 1. Watch this video until you can describe and teach it to others. Those who understand this system can make preparations for its unavoidable collapse and protect themselves. History shows that those who don't will probably be wiped out. 2. Share this video with everyone, especially those you care about. All it takes is a mouse click or two to get this message in front of millions. Post this video on Facebook, tweet it, email it to loved ones. Please share it wherever you can. 3. Join the conversation. The current world monetary system is based on a 300-year-old design meant to enrich a few at the expense of the many. There must be a better way. At hiddensecretsofmoney.com, we've created an open source platform for the design and development of a new world monetary system. We're calling on every economist, every student, every college, every bright mind, and anyone who cares to join the discussion. In educating ourselves and each other, we can prevent the further loss of our freedoms and maybe, just maybe, win some of them back.
Now you can.
All right, let's go ahead and run the third video. It's on your DMs on X.
On X? Okay, let's see.
And then we'll have discussion.
Third video.
Wild, huh?
Yes. Okay, where is it, the video with the guy in the car?
Yeah.
Got it.
You know, people can't see it yet. I really don't know what's going to help people see it. It is so blatantly obvious that the last 4 to 8 years has been nothing but an operation, and that Trump is now showing the people what this country and the world should have always been. See, when people realize that the Federal Reserve is a never-ending credit card for these corrupt elites and the things they do not only in America but around the world to blackmail, set people up, fund NGOs, fund all the organizations and the different groups like Antifa, BLM. See, when people realize that, it will make sense on a lot of things that are happening. But when people also realize that the Federal Reserve decided to tax everybody as slaves to pay off their interest that was owed, right? So America was very wealthy before 33, when we had tariffs on all these other countries. See, what happens is tariffs bring jobs and money back into this country. Tariffs means more money coming in to where us slaves don't have to pay this Federal Reserve System the taxation that should have never happened. So as Trump has said, he would like to replace an IRS with an ERS, Internal Revenue Service with an External Revenue Service. That means you completely cut the head of the snake off, the Federal Reserve. When the Federal Reserve cannot fund these NGOs, cannot fund these elites, cannot fund all the illegals and everything else, guess what? It doesn't exist anymore. So if you go back to 2017, the capitulation tour, when Trump went around with all these countries, introduced himself, probably had some great words. Hey, here's what's going to come. Here's what's going on. We're going to work together under continuity of government. Well, what do you think's happening right now? He's back on that tour, confirming those deals, showing the American people. Not only that, showing the American people, look how beautiful these countries are. These third world countries that, people say are nothing but war-driven and completely, terribly dismantled. I mean, if you listen to the news, these countries are in poverty and they're ugly. If I recall now, if you see all these videos from Dan Scavino, I mean, these are beautiful countries. But it's very obvious, guys, our money and our jobs and everything was sent overseas in the last, 50 to 100 years. Yeah. We are slaves to pay back a Federal Reserve System that does nothing but fund the criminal evil. And now that comes to an end. Now we bring money back with tariffs. Now people come back with jobs and production to the United States. Now we are not slaves to the Federal Reserve System. If you can't see this by now, I don't know how to help you. But this is the movie playing out. Like, we all knew about Comey. Comey's been all over the Q board. If you look at the Q board, Comey's, just type in Comey or Corny, if you know what I'm talking about. We all know what happened. They spied on Trump, Crossfire Hurricane. They tried to overthrow an election in 2020. They did. They released a bioweapon to kill humanity, and it hurt so many people. But you know what? Sometimes you got to show the people. And thank God Trump won in 2016. Or we'd be in FEMA camps, probably in coffins or guillotines. That's facts. That's facts. The enemy lost. But now we show the people. And by the way, you can't have justice with a corrupt judicial system. So for everyone that wants arrests, for everyone that wants to see all these people thrown in prison and stuff and go through the process, we are a country of law and order. We have an issue. Judges and courts and much more are all compromised. How can we arrest people when literally the judges and the courts are on the criminal side? So that's the other part of the movie you're seeing play out. Expose all the courts, expose all the corruption, expose all the judges. It's coming. It's coming. Chin up. Man, the golden age, baby. That celebration is supposed to start on May 26th. We'll see what that is. Cheers. Love y'all.
All I can say is wow, right? There's a lot to unpack there.
Oh yeah, but if anybody has been watching us long enough, it's literally what we talk about without showing a video. Like these are themes we've talked about. These are political ideologies, constitutional, non-constitutional. We talk about this all the time, which is why I'm a constitutionalist. I want whatever is on that paper, and if it's not there, don't do it. And if we can do without it, we can abolish all of these things. That's why I call myself an abolitionist. Abolish all of those things, and let's go back to the beginnings.
And so this actually explains. I mean, I know we've talked about stuff like this and the money system and everything, but we've never really laid it out on how it operates and how it works. I mean, once you see that explains why other countries, like, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. They don't have these systems in their country. And the tariff thing, that was a good point that he brought out. The tariffs, that's bringing real money back into the country that would replace that system that has been set up to enslave us all.
Exactly, which is why he called it evil. Did you catch that? That he said that this system is evil. The bondage bonds.
Well, yeah, I mean,
slaves to the system.
Yeah, and this has been talked about, and this is a battle that's been fought before in America, but this has been the longest one. For example, they had the Bank of England, Bank of London had a 10-year charter on a system like we just saw at the beginning of our nation. Well, that charter ran out, and I can't remember which president it was. Maybe it was Jefferson or whatever, but they did not renew the charter. That pissed off England, which forced into what? The War of 1812.
Right.
And then after the War of 1812, then whatever president it was at the time, he's like, okay, all right, we'll give you your second central bank. And so that system we just saw came back to play in America. Well, Andrew Jackson came back and said, no, that's not working for the people. So he fought and defeated the Second Federal Reserve, Second Central Bank. Lincoln wanted to keep away from that system, but no, they had to take him out. And then in 1913, 1912, with the whole Titanic situation, you had guys on there that opposed that system that we just watched, and they were taken out. And then a year later, we have the Federal Reserve that we still have in play now. So all this time has gone by, and people have had no clue that the way they know the system was corrupt, but they didn't know how it was being done, which made it very difficult for the people to fight against that. Now, we did have people come out throughout history telling us, hey, this is what's going on. Kennedy.
Right.
They took him out.
Exactly. Like that video I showed you.
Exactly.
And that video also said, like, in the 30s, Hitler was the only one to illegalize usury.
Usury, that's what this is.
Interest.
So he kicked out that system that we just watched.
Right. Exactly.
That's why Germany shot up so quick financially. Right. Imagine what the United States would look like without the Federal Reserve and without that system in place.
Exactly. The golden age, we would be able to flourish.
Exactly. And Jordan, that's the guy in the car, Jordan Clark. He was exactly right with 2016. Thank God Trump won. Because he's not lying where it was headed. And so I know that this is a lot of stuff and it's hard for people to wrap their brains around, but a little time looking at things, educating yourself, going down the rabbit, you can put all this together and see, holy crap, we as a people are being screwed.
Oh yeah. And like I said before, you don't need to be involved with any movement or posts or like Q stuff to see this stuff. I mean, even the whole existence of the CIA, this is what they did to other countries to take power and to dismantle their currency, their government.
Yes.
Literally, they did it to other countries, so it's not that far-fetched to say that they would do it from within, because they've done it outside.
So I felt really compelled to get that information out to everybody tonight that's watching, because you can go back and maybe you can link the video in the description and folks can go back and watch it, because it was a very simplified way of explaining what we were up against. And that's what Trump is fighting. Trump is fighting to get rid of that system. because it doesn't benefit the people.
Okay, let's see if this link goes through just in case. Okay, so if anybody sees the chat right now, I just posted the X post that has that video, but I'll also put it in the description just in case. And I also included the StreamYard link if anybody wants to hop on. So that's also in the chat. But you see, this is why they don't teach this in school. Like when I was little, we used to watch the School of Rock little videos with like, I'm Mr. Bill. You know, we used to watch those kind, and it was very lighthearted. And you know, then the Toodle Twins is kind of like for the new gen, like for my kids, so they could learn about currency, money, you know, responsibility, all that type of stuff for them. But it's not coming from the government. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not bullcrap. It's actually like the real stuff that we want them to be learning and to understand how unconstitutional these things are.
Yep, absolutely. Any comments from the live chat on this subject that we've been talking about?
Yes. Cat B says they infiltrate within. Beware. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. 1812 Overture. Chad says, let's put the Federal Reserve on the Titanic. John says, America is a republic, the Pledge of Allegiance. Justin agrees with me on something that I said. Cat B says, it's a worldwide pyramid, tentacles reaching far and wide.
Correct.
Steen says, grab your muskets, let's go.
Yeah, so their whole new world order, that's what this was based on. Because as you saw, it said at one point these systems can collapse, but they still have to have a war, they have to have a catastrophic event, they got to eat up other countries to keep their system going. And that's what they did. They infiltrated many nations. And those folks are having a very difficult time financially, just like here in the United States. But then you look at other countries that are not doing this system, and you're like, wow, they're doing really good over there. What are they doing? What are they not doing?
Right. Oh, and the whole fiat system, which is all fake. This is zeros and ones on a computer, and they only exist on the computer. It's not something that you can hold with your hands. It's not something physical.
Right.
All of it's fake. And you saw how they put the arrows of where all this is going before it even gets to you, and how it's not used for our roads and school systems, is used for all that government crap and social services. But you know what? When I was learning about all this stuff like long time ago, it actually got me really upset, because I used to be one of those people that was like, well, then let's just stop paying taxes. Let's just stop, you know, putting in, like the video said, how that's a little delusional to say, because it'll dismantle everything. Like it's not going to stop, because the debt is still there. It's not going anywhere. And you still have to pay next month, right? So you're still going to get crucified over it, financially ruined over it, even if you want to get out that system. So it's like you're still stuck, even if you don't want to even be there. You're stuck in it. It's evil. It's demonic. And I don't mean that in a spiritual sense. I just mean like it's evil. Like it's wrong for governments to be doing this to their people, or our government. Let's be specific. Our government to be so unconstitutional, because our founding fathers knew this. It's not like they didn't know. It's not like they didn't allow this to happen, or if they were part of the deep state too. No, I don't believe that. I believe that they were actually the real ones, the real white hats of their time that was keeping out this evil out of America. But it still slithered its way in.
It's very interesting. Once you start putting it all together, you're just like, what the hell? Yeah. It's crazy. I guess if somebody wants to jump on, they can. I can give a Cliff Note version on, what time is it? 11:42.
Yep. So we can be on for at least 30 minutes, because you said you want to
we got
12:30.
Yeah, we still got about 45 minutes. It won't take me long. I can go ahead. I'll just highlight real quick on the second part of the 16-year plan, because it will tie into what we're talking about this evening. So you may go ahead and start with that.
Yes, go ahead
Okay.
while I pull up the picture.
All right, cool. All right, so last week on part one, we talked about the first 8 years under Obama, and these were the things that he was supposed to do. If you want more information and didn't watch last week's episode, go back to last week's episode. We give a little bit more detailed explanation for each box here. So, one, install rogue operators in the government. Check, they did that. Leak classified intel, military secrets. They did that. Cut military funding. Did that. Weaken command of generals. Y'all know what I'm going to say. Kill NASA, space supremacy, EMP risk. Remove good guys from government. Special access program sell-offs. Weaken the NSA, reveal programs. Target weaken conservative base. Relax borders. Flood the illegals. Fund terrorism. Nuclearize North Korea and Iran. And fund supply North Korea and Iran. And stage the Supreme Court. So we brought evidence last week for each of those things that they were doing. Now, that was supposed to, and another thing that Obama was doing back then too, was trying to get the guns. He was trying to get the guns away from the American people, and that's why there were so many mass shootings under his watch. Because that's what they were using to manipulate the public to try to get us to turn over our guns. I want to add that because, hey, if you want to destroy a country, you can't have an armed citizenry, you know?
And who was the president? Obama?
Yeah, Obama. Yeah, there was tons of mass shootings under him.
Yep.
And that was one of his goals, was to get the guns away. Now, he didn't succeed on that one. All right. But all these other boxes, they were doing pretty daggone good. Now, they wanted to continue this plan to destroy America, but Hillary was supposed to come in and finish it off. She would have destroyed the USA, and it would give rise to the New World Order, which was funded by what? The central banking system. All right. So the first box was, I'm going to talk pretty quick, guys, because I do want to get through this and get some folks on stage. So we had World War III, real or orchestrated. Just real quick, Joe Biden's disgraced withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 2021 is also a clear sign that the Democrats have and will continue to weaken our military. He surrendered the war to the Taliban, as well gave them $85 billion in military equipment, and causing the death of 13 U.S. service members. Then there was also the unwanted aggression from China, and that ended up putting pressure on Taiwan. China appears to be the main threat, but Russia and Iran are also becoming an issue. Russia has been interfering with Ukraine and Syria, which could escalate further, and Iran has been meddling with Iraq and Syria. Then it goes on to list a few more things on how they wanted to start a World War III. And these were all some of the byproducts of that plan that they were trying to do. Because we know if there would have been a World War III, the United States was supposed to lose. And that's why it was called orchestrated. Because if we lost, then we lose our Constitution, which gives them the right, the people that control the banking system and everything else, the power to do whatever they want to us. All right. Yeah, exactly.
Because even if that did happen, I mean, I know we're talking about just theories, but even if that did happen, I still believe in the American people and the American spirit, and we would never let that fly. We would rather die than let that happen.
I would hope that, but then that would create the whole scenario that you see on TV with, the United States has gone to war, and you got the Southern people here. What's some of these programs?
Like the Purge and Civil War.
Yeah, and that's what it would have been like.
Yeah,
you would have had people standing up, but they wouldn't have been able to do anything because they would have had no power.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So we would have been screwed. And that's why Jordan said, we would have all been in FEMA camps. The people that would have rose against this situation. And that's why allegedly, I'll go ahead and say allegedly for the fact checkers, but there was 30,000 guillotines purchased by the U.S. government. And if you look up some of the fake coffins or the coffins that they had set up at these FEMA camps, there was tons of those too. So the information was out there. You could see what they were trying to do. They were going to destroy the country. Okay, so let's go into help destroy. Where's my notes? Here we go. Let's go into population control and pocket billions of dollars. All I had to say about that was CV. That's population. You know, I'll just read the first paragraph. It has right here. Our deep state government is in league with the Chinese Communist Party, who has those same world leaders on puppet strings. They purposely released COVID-19 from the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, China in 2020. Peter Daszak, Anthony Fauci, Ralph Baric, and Jinglei Shi all conspired to create, release, and monetize COVID-19 as early as February 2016 using already patented vaccines. Vaccines. Already patented. Let that sink in, folks.
Yeah.
The federal government is also involved in owning these patents. Their gain of function research was funded by the NIAID, EcoHealth, and the NIH to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation also contributes to the NIH, NIAID for vaccine research, and Gates has been on record for a depopulation plan.
Yeah, demonic once again, evil and demonic.
So I don't think I have to really go into more on population control because they've done it by poisoning our foods,
right?
Affecting our fertilities, male and female. Abortion, that's population control. And that's not, I'm not going to talk about that time, but that is a form of population control. And I put up a stat on my Facebook page that showed a graph that the world population births have been declining for years.
Oh, yeah.
And what was the stated goal on the Georgia Guidestones for the New World Order? Reduce the population of 500 billion people. So that's what they wanted to continue to do under the second 8 years. Next one, eliminate final good guys in government. Clinton's plan was to eliminate the rest of the good guys in government, but since she lost, the plan was delayed, and now President Biden is fulfilling her plan. As I go through this, remember, we said that 2016, Trump put a pause on their plan. Biden come in, and these things started taking place again. He started talking about World War III. He started doing the population control stuff. And now we have the elimination of the final good guys. The following were let go or asked to resign within the first week of Biden's residency. Michael Ellis, a National Security Agency's top lawyer. Charles Cohen Jr., a senior executive of the Office of Administration at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Surgeon General Jerome M. Adams. Michael Pack, head of Voice of America. Andrew Saul, the Social Security Commissioner. And Peter Robb, the National Labor Relations Board's General Counsel. So those were good guys that Trump had in place for those those sections, and Biden came in and eliminated them. Next box. Kill economy, starve, and enslave the in public. Let's see. First paragraph on this. The deep state leaks CV-19 with the intention of creating a pandemic money-making depopulation scheme using the virus and vaccines. Operation Warp Speed showed that the vaccines were suspiciously available very quickly by Pfizer and Moderna, which they received royalties for. $100 billion market. They, with the help of Dr. Deborah Birx, even conspired with the CIA Mossad media to push down real safe treatments like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine so that they, Big Pharma, the deep state, and cabal could reap the benefits. Gates and Dr. Birx even have connections to the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation and Imperial College in London, which both produced incorrect CV-19 data and, along with the media, helped push governments and the population into lockdown, which caused worldwide economic devastation. That was done under Biden, trying to get back on track. Is this making sense now?
Yes, but I think my question / statement is that even though Hillary didn't make it, they were still trying for this plan to go through without anybody waking up, without anybody realizing. But
Correct.
It backfired on them because even though it did happen, a lot of people woke up to that.
Correct. And this is, I do believe that this part of the movie, the reason why a lot of this happened, I said that the Biden thing was scripted. And remember, one of the most common phrases we use as a digital soldier is, sometimes you just can't tell the people, you have to show them.
Right. Yeah. I think that's what Biden did.
Yeah. So if it was scripted, let's just say if it was scripted by the White Hats, his whole residency, to do all these things, we were being shown what they had planned for us. So, all right. I'm going to take a quick break before I go into number 18 to catch my breath.
Okay.
Fallon and Joseph, they want to say something relative to what we're talking about.
You can unmute yourself and join in.
Give me about a 5-minute break.
All right, go ahead. Fallon or Joseph, go ahead. I'm also looking at the comments just in case. Steen says, come to Australia. There's nothing but space.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, like population. What's up with that? Like, there's a lot of space. If you want to talk about like population, we have enough room to have population.
Yeah, I don't think it's about space. I think it's more about the elites. They don't want no peasants. They don't want no poor people. They want to get rid of us. And the less, the better, because then there won't be anybody to stand up to them. No protests, no revolutions, nobody to back their position. Because if there's more of them than us, then there's no problem. It would go through with no problem. But there's too many of us and not enough of them. So any little thing that they will try to do, there's going to be people like us to say no. And that's what they don't like. So the population control is about that. It's about control.
Voting?
Oh, not just that. I mean, literally anything like it could be protesting. It could be what we're doing right now. They want to take away these freedoms, like freedom of speech, freedom of this, freedom of that. They want to take all of that away so that they can have complete control. And the less people, the better they can do that. They can control us if there's less of us.
Yep. Think about, break it down really simple. Think about a daycare. If you're babysitting one kid, okay, you can handle that one kid. You're babysitting 2 kids, okay, you can handle that. But if you were babysitting 24 kids, you would probably lose your mind and be out of control, right?
Right. You need more adults. You need more people to control the amount that you have.
Exactly. So, or you want to just get rid of the majority of them and go back to just controlling a couple of them. And that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to depopulate things so they can exert the control over those that were left.
Right. And they try to do that by convincing us that there's no space. You see, that's just an excuse. And that's the misinformation, that's the propaganda, that they attack the traditional family values. They attack the global warming issue. And that's why I believe it's a hoax. It's not real. They attack the space issue as if there's no space. I think that's a hoax as well. There is enough space for all of us. And that also goes in line with the money video, because they want to make it seem as if we need those institutions when we don't. We can farm our own food. We can trade. We can barter. We can do things without fiat systems or paper money. We don't need that.
Yeah.
But they
Yep.
forced us into believing, oh, you need credit. Oh, protect your credit score. Oh, you need to make an income. You need to be a 9 to 5. And you need to break those mental barriers because that's how they're keeping you as a slave.
Correct. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Joseph or Fallon, do y'all have a comment for this stuff real quick?
Well, the 16-year plan sounds very similar to the sixth and the seventh decline of an empire.
Yeah.
And you know, the sixth area of decline of an empire is corruption, and eventually in the seventh it will be total dismay and bust. So they're trying to do all this within 16 years.
Yep.
In an empire, it takes several hundred years or centuries. So they have a real aggressive plan, and it was disrupted in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
But they counterpunched it by impeaching and also inducing, COVID-19, and it just caused chaos worldwide.
Yep.
And disrupted
And that's,
our
sorry.
society.
Yeah. And that's why when Trump became president in 2016, that's why there were so many attacks from everywhere, from Hollywood, from corrupt politicians, nothing but attacks. Literally, the thing that woke me up to the political stuff was, why is the media always attacking Trump?
Right.
That was the question that I had. And it started my political journey.
Yeah, me too. And it wasn't like legitimate reasons, because I could understand if it was a legitimate reason, but it really wasn't. And if a normie says that, then you have big issues.
Yeah.
And really quickly before you move on, Jimmy, if we know that all this money is fake, then what happened in 2008 when everything crashed? Like is that not the symptom of exactly what we just talked about? When all those fake money systems fall and everybody loses everything, people lost jobs, homes, like people literally killed themselves over this, and it's like in enslavement to something that's fake.
Let me be fair to the viewers to say I'm not going to speak about that because I don't know exactly everything that happened with the financial thing in 2008.
Okay, so that's something of interest for me because I don't
Okay.
understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like because we just did the money video, so I was thinking like, if we know this, if we know that those systems in place, like everything we just talked about, then what happens when something like an 08 happened and it happened under Obama? So that makes me think about this plan,
Right.
and then I'm like, okay, well it happened then. What happened? You know, like I'm missing something because I was too young during that time.
Maybe that's something I can look into. What really happened in 2008 financial crisis?
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. You can move on.
Okay. So let's go into the next box was revise the Constitution. Remember, this is all the stuff that they wanted to do under Hillary, but it started happening back under Biden when Biden came in.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, revise the Constitution. The National Archives, the Constitution of the United States contains a preamble and 7 articles that describe the way the government is structured and how it operates. A system of checks and balances prevents any one of these separate powers from becoming dominant. Articles 4 through 7 describe the relationship of the states to the federal government. Establish the Constitution as the supreme law of the land and define the amendments and ratification processes. In order to make changes, they must have control of the presidency and Congress. Senate rules that allow minorities to stop radical legislation must be changed. The filibuster must be removed so bills can be passed more easily with little opposition from the Senate minority. And Vice President Kamala Harris could break any tie in favor of the radical Democrats' agenda. The Senate could then vote similarly to the way the House does. In theory, it would make changing the Constitution possible, as the amendment would require 2/3 vote by House and the additional ratification of 3/4 of the states. So remember, they talked about getting rid of the filibuster. Come on, they talked about that. There's evidence of that. They wanted to pack the Supreme Court. They wanted to get rid of the Electoral College. All these things that they wanted to do was to revise the Constitution. And they had to throw that in there too, because if they would have been able to get away with their war, then we would have lost our original Constitution, and then whatever they decided would have been the law.
Exactly, which is why you never revise the Constitution. And even those amendments, they kind of bother me, because we should just have the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and that's it. Anything after that should be vetoed.
Yeah. All right, next one. Ban sale of firearms. Repeal the Second Amendment. Again, President Biden is picking up where Hillary was supposed to be 4 years ago in his first few months. He's already called on Democrats to go after the Second Amendment. We saw that clearly. Senator Feinstein and Republican Cicilline already put forth assault weapon bans in legislation. It would ban over 200 types of assault weapons that allow owners to keep what they already have. It would also include background checks on purchases, trades, and gifts. They claim this is to prevent domestic terrorism.
Yep, lies.
So,
it's all unconstitutional.
So I don't think we saw. Yes, they tried to do that. The next one: install corrupt Supreme Court justices. The Constitution only offers guidance on how the Supreme Court should be set up. It doesn't specify the number of justices, only that there should be a Chief Justice. Exploiting this loophole would allow the Democrats to hack the court. There's been 9 justices since 1869. The Democrats plan to introduce legislation that would increase the Supreme Court justice from 9 to 13. If passed, this would allow President Biden to pick 4 additional judges during his administration. Like most presidents in the past, they are usually partisan picks, which would mean 4 additional liberal justices on the court, meaning more liberal victories. And we know that they wanted to do that as well. They didn't succeed at that. Remove the Electoral College and install popular vote. I'm not going to go into that one. We know that that's what they wanted to do.
Oh yeah, they always talk about that. Yeah, that's popular within the left.
Yeah, so that's what they were trying to do. Close U.S. military bases globally. Biden was pressured during his 2020 presidential candidacy to cut the military funding and get rid of Space Force. There are also plans to close Guantanamo Bay Naval Base in Cuba, where they have been holding 9/11 and Indonesian bombing trials for almost 2 decades. And instead of following President Trump's exit strategy for Afghanistan, Biden chose to close Bagram Air Base first, which ultimately allowed for the Taliban to take over, basically surrendering Afghanistan and $85 billion in military equipment, along with leaving U.S. civilians behind.
Yo, that was the craziest and stupidest thing I have ever seen in my adult life.
Yeah,
that's crazy. And 13 Marines died that day.
Yeah, 13. There's a there's
another
number.
good. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
That was a very treasonous day.
Yes, very it was. All right, I think we only got 3 more. Well, okay, yeah, 3 more. Destroy and censor opposing news outlets. Conservatives and alternative media have long been censored by social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, as well as Google and YouTube. President Biden plans to continue that censorship under the guise of COVID-19 misinformation. Wanting to avoid false narratives, they will work with social media mainstream proper to control the flow of the internet. Spokesman Jen Psaki claims they will urge them to work even faster to take down what they consider harmful posts. At this time, they're only allowing 2 of their trusted physicians to speak out and have their content boosted. Do we really need to talk about censorship?
No, that's been blatant. Yeah.
We saw it. We saw it.
Yep.
And
Open borders is another one. Yeah.
but turn it around. Censorship is not like it was under Biden anymore.
Right.
It's not.
Right.
It's not as bad. So there's something behind the scenes making that happen.
Yeah.
Open borders, yes, allow open borders. What this does, it allows for the great replacement to fundamentally change the racial mix of America. As an incentive, it invites the poorest on earth into the country with promises of taxpayer-funded programs for support. A constant stream of new Democratic voters, and this is not even going over the invited crime element being ushered in, intended to weaken America.
Yes.
We don't have to go there. We already know that. And the last thing was the limit removed of military funding. Last paragraph. Progressives have laid out a wish list that includes cutting $200 billion yearly from the Pentagon, ending the nuclear refurbishment for the nation, and removing Space Force. The Democrats want to defund the military once again, and during a time of high tensions that they created between China, Russia, and Iran, over 60 Democrats signed a letter supporting the defunding of the military and in support of an amendment that would push through their agenda. That was the 16-year plan to destroy America. That's what they wanted to do. And there's ample evidence and proof, if people go look for it, that was the case. And thank goodness their plan failed. This is why they're panicking. This is why they're freaking out, because they don't know what to do next. Because we know their playbook. We know what they were going to do.
And quick reminder, it's not just the Democrats that are doing this. There's also rhinos and there's neocons who support this kind of stuff, but they're on the down low. They don't say it out loud. And that's the only reason why I can respect the Democrats, is because at least they say it to your face, whereas everybody else hides it and they're taking money under the table.
Well, that's the definition of controlled opposition.
There you go. Exactly. And there's too much of that. So we need to clean house, like really badly. And and just to make a comparison, because I know that I say this a lot, like I'm anti war and like, I don't support the military industrial complex, but it's not because of wanting our country to be unsafe or like weakened. It's so that America can take their boot off of other people's necks, other countries' necks, and start putting that money towards our own country.
Correct. And it all goes back. This is why I wanted to put these things together, because it all goes back to that money system.
Exactly.
That Federal Reserve central bank system. And that's why I say their plan has failed and that we're running on two parallel economies. Because I think personally, this is what I see. I see that central bank system going away and the other system coming in, the quantum financial system coming in. That's what I see taking place right now.
Okay, so really quickly, Gigi Gilbert just joined the stage, so I'm gonna let Gigi have about 3-minute comment, and then we're gonna move to Gail. Go ahead, Gigi.
Well, I didn't have a comment. You had a question, and you were asking about, what was it you were asking that you didn't understand about?
Oh, okay. So yeah, in regards to the whole money system and how fake it is, then what was the crash of 2008 and how real was that if everything's fake?
Well, all you have to do is just watch the movie Margin Call. So what happens is you had people that were dressing up like in a mariachi outfit here in Phoenix, and then they would tell the mortgage rep, hey, I make $2,000 every weekend singing in a mariachi at a restaurant. Oh, okay. And they would just give you a loan. It was called stated income. So what happens is the banks were forced by the government to give these loans out to people. And one way that they would do it is by relaxing the standards that are universal. It's like gravity. We all know how gravity works. We all know how to lend money because it's been done since the beginning of time. So they relax the standards. So this is what happens. It's just real simple. So when you got that mortgage that you couldn't really afford, then it gets put into like a folder, and they get a whole bunch of them, and then they create a big file, and then they go to Wall Street and they say, hey, who wants to buy these mortgage-backed securities? Hence the word mortgage-backed securities. And so they sell them to to Baghdad, Saudi Arabia. They'll sell them to Russia, to anybody that would buy a U.S. Treasury. And so they have all of these securities in Wall Street, and basically it's just junk bonds. And the same thing is happening right now, like where you live at. People are doing property taxes, and they're building these huge buildings and school districts, like these huge stadiums, but the people don't have enough money to pay for it because the property taxes are going up and they're defaulting. And so all of these bonds, they start short, like a house of cards, it starts collapsing. And the only way to keep it from collapsing is, you've heard the phrase, the everything bubble. And you've also heard the phrase quantitative easing. So the Federal Reserve goes and puts a lot of money on digits, and it's like air on the bubble. It puts a Band-Aid and it keeps putting air, because what's happening is the banks are losing money because they have all of these bonds, all of these mortgage-backed securities that are worth, say, $1 million, but now the house is only worth $500,000. So that's where the bailout comes in, where the government is just buying everything. They're saying, well, did you lose money here? Oh, don't worry, we'll buy it from you. We'll buy it from you.
That's another problem right there.
So that's what's happening, and that's what's happening even right now as we speak. So that's what the crash is, and that's what the government is doing, is they go and they rescue everybody. The only difference now is that the governments have a new thing. It's called bail-in. So the next time we have a crash, it's already in your checking account, that the money that you have in the checking account, your checking account, it's not your money. You lent it to Wells Fargo. You lent it to B of A. So if B of A and Wells Fargo go under, they just simply take your money and bail out, and it's called bail-in. That's where we're at right now.
Wow.
That's why
That's
you're hearing all of
crazy.
these YouTube people talk about, get your money out of the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is
Because-
why you heard the people that lived through the Great Depression. They didn't trust the banks. They take their money out and stick it under their mattresses.
Well, what happens is the banks are trustworthy when you abide by standards that have worked since the beginning of time. What happens is the greed factor kicks in. Everything is doing great, and then all of a sudden somebody thinks, hey, I could reinvent the wheel. And that's where the greed comes in, and they start relaxing the standards. And that's what we're seeing, little by little by little. And that's why it's a cyclical crash, because they fix it, and then the same thing is rinse, wash, and repeat.
And it all goes back to the creation of the Rothschild family, creating this banking system.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if they have a new system. They're just going to find another way to repackage the same old fraud. And so what happens with gold and silver is just real simple, and it worked in the United States Constitution because the United States, they played with the money. The founding fathers played with it. And they knew it wasn't going to work, so they went with gold. And it's just real simple. Remember how Jesus says, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." Well, there's a thing called gold and silver, and it's true. It's part of the atomic, the atomic board, right? All the elements. So, gold and silver will always act like gold and silver, and we will always be liars as long as we're here on planet Earth. And so, no matter what kind of system we come up with, it's always going to fail, because the greed factor is always going to kick in. And so that's what the founding fathers were saying in the Constitution about gold and silver, is that gold and silver will always be true. And even though Mike Maloney is saying, well, they always try to make 100% gold into 90 to 80 to 70, we can't help ourselves. We can't help ourselves. This is what we do. We lie. But that's basically it, Ruby, is
Thank you, Gigi.
the bubble. The Federal Reserve has this bubble, and they keep printing money, and that's air. It keeps the bubble inflated until one day it's so big, the hole is so big, and it pops, and no amount of air can, fix that bubble.
Right. Wow. Thank you, Gigi, for a lot of people in the chat appreciate the way you explain things very well. Explained. I just want to move on to Gigi really quickly. Gail. Gail. Go ahead,
Hi.
Gail.
Hi. I have two things. First of all, Jimmy, when you said that the CEO of Ben & Jerry's got arrested, did you tell everybody why he did?
It didn't say in there. Wasn't it had something to do with kids?
No, he was in Congress today. Robert Kennedy Jr. was speaking in Congress. He was in there along with a few others that tried to jump Robert Kennedy, and the security police grabbed the few people.
Oh, really?
And they grabbed the CEO as well, and they threw them out because they were trying to attack Robert Kennedy Jr. as he was speaking about long COVID and other topics.
Thank you for adding that. Thank you for adding that. Appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. Did you hear today that 12,000, I thought this was fascinating, 12,000 baby chicks were abandoned on a USPS truck in Camden, Delaware. A free-range farmer was shipping these chicks out. And as you know, what was going on with, they were vaccinating the chickens because of the egg yolk was killing the spike protein in your body. So This is how I'm thinking. Why do all of a sudden does this truck abandon all these baby chicks, and the animal shelters don't know what to do with them because there's baby chicks. I forgot what other baby pheasants and quails, and they don't know what to do with all these baby chicks. So I found that very suspicious. Why would he just stop the truck and leave all those baby chicks? So I didn't know if you heard about that today.
I hadn't heard about that yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that fascinating? And also, I heard today about the peace. Did Trump make the peace deal with Putin today? It's very important that he does. Did he?
Yeah, I think he posted that on X. It was either yesterday or today. He said that
today he was supposed to be doing it. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening because I haven't done my research for tonight, so I don't know what's going on.
This ties into the money situation because they don't want peace. The European Central Bank is about to collapse, and they don't want Trump making peace deals because they're making money off the Ukraine war. It was $170 billion so far for the Ukraine war. Raytheon's flipping out because they have, contracts with weapons.
Right.
And if Trump doesn't make these peace deals, we're actually screwed. And as far as gold goes, it's up to $3,225 an ounce.
Yep.
And 75% of our gold comes from the state of Nevada. And if anybody's interested in the stock market with gold, because it's the time to, start getting your stock, it's called the AxeCap Ventures, and you can look them up and you can start, putting some money towards the gold because it's supposed to skyrocket to 4,000 in 2026. So it's very interesting to watch what's going on over in Europe because they don't want the peace deal because they're making money off the war. It's kind of sick.
Well, it goes right back to that chart we showed, with the arrows and what they do. War was right there, and that's why that keeps their banking system alive.
Question, Gail. What was that comment you made about the egg yolk that something with the spikes? What?
Oh yeah.
Well, Jimmy did something on it a few weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, about the Myrna. The Myrna, it does something with the protein from the Myrna vaccinations. The egg yolk does something against the spike protein.
Yeah.
Well, they were vaccinating all the chickens, and they slaughtered, I don't know how many thousands of chickens in Missouri. This poor woman, they went and they slaughtered all the chickens. So what people are doing is they're ordering baby chicks so they can grow their own chickens, so they won't have Myrna vaccine in them. It's another way to kill the population.
Correct.
Oh, so that's why they don't want us eating eggs.
No.
And drinking raw milk and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Correct. And that's why they were artificially skyrocketed.
I mean, I wish I knew where these baby chicks were, but I can't have chicks where I live.
I've thought about the whole chicken coop and all that. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos.
Grow your own eggs and chickens, you'd be all set.
I would love to. That's exactly what I want to do. I would promote growing your own food, getting a few little chickens. doing all of that, because I do not trust. I mean, even if RFK does what he says he's gonna do, I still don't trust the food industry at all.
Well, I got news too. The chemtrails aren't stopping either. DeSantis banned them in his state, but they're still
Yes.
going on. And the chemtrails are killing everybody.
Now, I have heard, and I can't, let me just tell you what I've heard rumor wise. Okay. I can't verify it or anything like that. But there's been talk and chatter that some of the stuff that if we see some chemtrails or whatever, it's actually supposed, and this is what's been said, whatever, take it for what it's worth, that the white hats are putting material out to reverse the damage that was done.
I hope so.
By that's what I've heard. I can't prove it, but
Well, the weather's nuts here where I live. It's
So that would be-
freezing, 50 degrees.
yeah, that it would be nice if that's something that's going on to reverse the effects of what was being sprayed on us.
Oh, I hope so.
So there's that.
Thank you. That's good. I
Okay.
hope that's true.
Yeah, I hope it
Yeah.
is cool.
But I did hear that about DeSantis, that he finally did that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'd love to move to Florida because he runs a good state. I don't know. How do you feel about him?
Florida, he does that.
Yeah, he's the only one banning it in his state, which I was happy to hear that because I see the chemtrails going all over the place where I live, nonstop, and then the weather's crazy the next day.
Where you at?
Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
We're in trouble too, thanks with our liberal governor. She is in bankrupting because the Boston Housing Authority spent all their money on the migrants, and now she's having trouble. And a lot of people are leaving the state because we have a lot of homeless problem here, and we have a lot of migrant gangs here. So a lot of people are leaving our state. Yeah, it's not safe in Boston anymore.
Do you have squatters in Boston?
Unbelievably so. Yeah. It's terrible.
See, and this is what folks need to understand. We see these things happening, but then you hear, "Oh, Jimmy's saying Patriots are controlled." Blah blah. Okay, it's a war.
It is.
These people are not going. They may not have their generals and their lieutenants, but they do have little foot soldiers that are still out there. So they're still going to try to push their agenda. They're still going to try to fight back. So
Boston's been on the news a lot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Boston's been on the news a lot because they're fighting Tom, the ICE head of the ICE, and
Tom
they're
Harmon.
coming to Boston and arresting tons of people, and the governor is pushing back on the mayor. And but he's not standing for it, so he's still going in and trying to capture as many people as he can because it's a heavy problem, and it's her fault. If people are leaving this state, it's her fault that they're leaving. I mean, I grew up in a beautiful town, and it's but you know what's weird? I'm seeing high-rise apartments going up everywhere in the two towns, and I don't know who's going there, but they're huge apartment complexes, and I just found it fascinating.
I noticed that I was going through an area of town that I hadn't been in a while, and I was like, "Holy crap! Where did all these apartment complexes come from?"
Everywhere.
Yeah, and so I don't know
who's going in them.
I don't know what that's all about. What was I going to say a second ago? Oh, if we look at what's being exposed right now, let's look at who is being exposed right now. We see judges. We see mayors, we see certain governors, we see basically what we're seeing is a lower level of the pyramid being exposed.
Yeah.
And I think that the only way that you can expose these people is because they don't have the people above them protecting them anymore. So I think that's what we're seeing. That's why I say a lot of the big wigs, the deep state players, they've already been dealt with, and now we're seeing the lower level ones being gone after. So that's just what I see.
I am back. My internet went out like always.
Hi, Ruby. Welcome back.
Hey guys.
We held down the fort.
Okay, awesome. So I don't know what was last said, but I do have a video that I wanted to show you guys,
Okay.
especially Jimmy. I don't know if he's seen this on X. Remember when we were talking about like that underground cities and underground worlds and
Yeah.
stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this popped up in my algorithm. Did you see this video that there is an underground tunnel
Oh, from
system in the
yeah,
uh-huh.
the White House. Oh yeah, I saw it.
Uh-oh.
I
Okay,
saw it.
we gotta watch this. Hold up.
I know about it.
So this is one of the neat things about the U.S. Capitol. Of course, this building, construction started in the 1700s, and there are all sorts of little hidden passageways. You saw I just pulled this cover up, and you can see if we get the camera to come over, don't fall in. We don't need a workers' comp claim today, but you can see there's a passageway. These are long stairs that used to be here that were closed off. We're just off of what's called Statuary Hall, which at one time was the actual House chamber. So, and it's outside there. But this is just an example of some of the little hidden secrets in the Capitol. And so one of the things when we bring tour groups in, if it's a small enough group, if it's a big group of people, but it's a small group, we'll actually take them down this hall. Believe it or not, my big self have actually gotten down, and more importantly, out of this hall. I'm not going to debut that again for today, but suffice to say, I've been able to live and tell about it and get out of there. But it goes all the way down. It's an old staircase, and I'm told, I can't verify this, I'm told that this staircase, which opens to, if you go down, it formerly opened to the outside, was one of the staircases that British soldiers used when they breached the Capitol during the War of I think it was 1814 when they actually attacked Washington. When they came in, it was one of the stairs that British soldiers actually came up. So a lot of just amazing history in this building. And so when folks come from North Carolina, we try to show things that once it's a small enough group, things are timed right, you can actually let folks go down there. The kids seem to love it. A lot of older folks, not so much. But it's just one of the neat things about the Capitol, as well as the other day-to-day things that folks see all the time. Thought I might share that.
Okay, so I saw that, and that was another. Okay.
That doesn't surprise me.
Right. But I like to see this that is actually being shown to us, and it's not in a movie like Hollywood, like National Treasure. And those movies used to be like my favorite, or like conspiracy theories about underground ways that, people would come in and out. Oh, Julian made it. Hi, Julian. Thank you so much for making it. I'm going to let Julian have the last word here because Jimmy said he wanted to finish by 12:30, but I was waiting for Julian, so I'm glad he's here. Go ahead, Julian.
I'm hearing some background.
Okay, so it's probably... Yeah, we can hear you fine, but if you have a headset and you hear an echo, it's probably because you have both browsers open. So just exit YouTube and just keep StreamYard, and you should be good.
Oh, there I go. It's better. Seems a little... Well, I still got background here.
Still with us?
Okay. No, you're perfect for us. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello. I don't know why I'm hearing... Oh, well, I can try to talk over it. Jimmy?
Yes.
Cash Patel and Dan Bongino, I sent you a DM on that, I think a day ago. It's concerning their comments in regard to the, excuse me, the Epstein suicide.
Okay.
They basically said, looking at the scene, it was a suicide. And
oh, they said files. They said they saw the complete files.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, did you Julian, did you hear us earlier when we were discussing this?
No, I must have not been here.
Yeah, we discussed this evening, and to be honest, I haven't seen I got the DM, but I haven't watched the video yet. been kind of busy, but I try to get to all the videos that are sent to me. It's a lot. But we talked about that in the news blast, that they did say that they believe that, yeah, he killed himself. My stance on that, Ruby's, we're not buying the story.
Is it a white hat script that they were reading, or was it a black hat script that they were reading?
In my opinion, I believe it's the white hat script. I believe that this information has been put out to flush out some other people. That's just my opinion.
Okay. I'm getting feedback. I'm going to have to go offline and see if I can come back on, but
Yeah,
is the
definitely
show
hop
over?
back on.
We can hang out for a little bit, just, I wanted to basically get everything said tonight by at least by 12:30. So,
Okay, good. So yeah,
we did
hop
accomplish
back
that.
on. And this is really good that Julian is asking these types of questions. And I mean, I do the same thing with Jimmy very
Yeah.
respectfully, because I don't believe in any scripts. I don't believe in any of that stuff. Like I said before, I am nowhere near that community and what they say. All I am doing is listening with my ears and looking with my eyes. And what I see doesn't make sense. The Epstein thing, I am so sorry to everybody, but I do not believe that he killed himself. And just saying that back then, they would crucify you over saying that he didn't kill himself. And I'm like, why is it such a big deal? Okay, Julian, you're back.
See that just real quick. That's what gives me pause about it, because if you said that he didn't kill himself, I mean, oh my God, they attacked you. It was like saying that, no, I don't want to get the jibby jab. Oh my God, they attacked you.
And dragged you and canceled you. And it was just so hard to give a different opinion than what the news is saying. And my thing was, why do you want me to believe that he killed himself so badly?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why do I want to believe that? Because of the information that was presented, how small the jail cell was, how he hung himself from a bunk, the autopsy report on his neck vertebrae, that only somebody who through strangulation could have broke those bones. I mean, I find it, the camera malfunction, the security guards falling asleep.
All that stuff's just too coincidental for me.
Well, you're all about the dots, connecting the dots or seeing a pattern. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
to
open enough. It almost looks like to me, Bongino. I don't know. I think it's very disrespectful to we the people. I think it's very disrespectful. If they're literally blowing smoke up our ass over that,
It's all gaslighting.
yeah, they're intentionally gaslighting good people. White hats are, and I don't know. I just there's a big. I know, Jimmy, you're aware of it, but I've noticed there's been a pretty big uproar about this in different write-ups. I looked at the Gateway Pundit a little bit today on it. And there's a lot of people that have gotten pissed over this. So I just thought I would bring that up.
No, that's fair. Appreciate you bringing out your viewpoint.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about is, you're good at seeing patterns. Do you notice how Diddy is kind of getting the shaft, and it's well deserving that he's getting. It doesn't look good for him. And it's well deserved. It looks like justice will fall out on him. But I'm not trying to virtue signal here. I really am not. I don't really care what your skin color is, but I see patternistically how if they do a bad crime, yes, they need to be punished. But I see black people always getting busted, high-profile black people, but Epstein, he's a white guy or an Ashkenazi Jew. We got a Prince Andrew that everybody knows about, and you know we're finding out Pam Bondi muttered out about how there's thousands of videos of little children.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty shocking, and they can't just show us one. Take down
But yeah,
one
what?
senator, take down one House representative, but a high-profile person, because Diddy basically is doing the same things that it looks like Epstein did. They had a similar type of operation going.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the CIA or the Mossad was working through both of them. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know, but they're
I believe so.
taking down Diddy. You see, and when you go in the past, you look at maybe Bill Cosby. Yes, horrible things. Look what happened to even Michael Jackson at one point. Whether it was true or not, we heard about Smokey today. Smokey. So we got all these issues, but it's black people. Do you see that pattern? They're willing to do that to them.
The only thing I'll push back on that, Julian, if you want to go with color,
but equal justice for all.
Jean-Luc.
Sounds like bullshit.
Do you know about Jean-Luc Brunel? He basically had an Epstein style. He was actually a godfather to Epstein. He wasn't black.
Yeah,
you
showed. You had that on a show. Didn't you?
We got John, son of. Yeah, we got John, son of God. He was taken down for the same things that Diddy was doing. He wasn't black. There's people over in Europe. I can't remember.
He was in Brazil.
No, that was
Brazil.
Yeah, that was John,
the
son
of God guy.
Yeah, John of God guy. Yeah. So
that was
and then,
Oprah Winfrey's buddy.
Correct. And then you had the guy over in France just here recently, came up on the same charges. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but I could easily find it. But he wasn't black. So I think that's...
Well, okay, so you're trying to say there's a balance. I just see how things are opening up so easily on Diddy, and you know, people are up in arms. It's been going on for years, you know it, and the whole Epstein thing is they're keeping it tight and shut. They're not really. They're trying to get us to think other things about it. I hope you're right. There's some kind of a script that, or a punchline or a twist at the end that will thrill the world or shock the world. I don't really understand the logic with this. I really don't.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean,
well, that's deep state. You don't understand.
know. Huh?
It's all control of the deep state. They're just operatives of the deep state.
Yes. We've been told that for a long time. See, the way I look at it is there's two scripts. There isn't just one. And I'm open-minded to listen to it, but I just am shocked because Trump's all about children, supposedly. There's thousands of videos. They say they have it all concerning that, concerning election fraud, concerning all these different things. And now we're being told, oh, we got to get all the judge system cleaned up now. We got to do this and do that. 4 years go quickly, and you know what happened when Trump lost his attempt at second term. I will give you credit, though. I did see during the Biden residency, I did see in one of his, I think it was like the State of the Union address in the House, and there was no presidential seal on his podium.
Yep.
I didn't see that, so I will give you credit for that. It blew me away when I didn't
Let,
see that.
let me
I was
ask
like,
you one
whoa.
question. Let me ask you one question. Go back to 2020. Go back to 2020 and compare it to now. Do we have more facts and evidence and truth about a lot of things that we didn't have in 2020?
Sure we do. It
What's
just
the
it keeps piling up.
Okay, so we've had more truth come out, right?
Yes.
What's to say that that's not going to continue for a little while until all the truth comes out?
So let me use this as an illustration. I said it. Thousands and thousands of kids and little videotapes. If your kid was one of those kids, are you going to tell the audience, oh, we got to make sure this case is airtight? The evidence is already there. Can't they increment it? Can't they do it piece by piece? Take down one senator, one House representative, or these other high, powerful people, take them down. Take one and show the public. Show we the people.
I think we're seeing some of that now. It's just not maybe not that high profile person you want right now, but look at the operations over the last 3 weeks that the FBI has conducted, and shut down all these human trafficking rings over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. I literally think we're seeing something beginning to happen with Diddy, but I'm like, well, geez, Prince Andrew's been running around for a long time, and everybody knows that story.
Let me ask you. I just had a thought. What would grab people's attention more, a case against Diddy or a case against some random senator?
In my opinion, it would be a high profile. You said random, but it would have to be a high profile senator or.
But still, for the general public, for the normies, for the people that don't even pay attention to any news at all. Okay,
Well,
news comes out.
I guess I'm running in the wrong crowds because a lot of people don't care about Diddy.
Well, those are the ones that
I don't pay attention to the news, and half of everything that's being said on here, I'm still learning. I have a freaking notebook right here. Like all I understand right now is, Jillian, you mentioned something about how Black people are mostly what did you mention? Something about
he's basically saying that it looks like the Black folks are being targeted for these operations more than white folks. Basically, in a sense, that's what he said. Correct?
Yes, but I'm saying if they committed those crimes, yes, they deserve to be in trouble. But they're letting justice fall on these alleged guilty Black people real easy like this. You see it, dude. That's just the way I see it.
No, I get it. I've heard that on the internet all the time, and a lot of people notice that exact same thing. But I also hold the opinion that Jimmy said. It's like Diddy is the name, the status, and the type of celebrity that will capture the whole world, not just America, because of how popular, how like he's A-lister. Nobody's gonna really care about an American senator. Only us would really care about that. But the global,
because I remember,
yeah, the human trafficking part, which is what they're trying to get him on, with what Cassie is saying, that's what's gonna matter to the majority of like young people who are gonna actually make a difference.
And the thing is once that's all taken care of and people see what happened to Diddy, then that opens up a case for another person. They see another person come out. Oh wow, he was associated with Diddy. He did this. It doesn't matter whether he's white or Black. It's showing the people what the system is. And once you push one domino down, all the other ones start to fall.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but really quickly, just really quickly, I am Team Julian and Team Jimmy, because I don't really believe the Q stuff and the script stuff. I entertain it because I respect it, but I am more Team Julian because I'm only looking at this from the outside. I have no affiliation to those.
I don't want to be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just to finish it off, it's like I am type Julian. Like, what the heck is going on? And then Jimmy is just the only other person that has a theory to present, and that's what I appreciate from Jimmy's perspective. But as a former normie, I would be just like Julian. Why are we not seeing arrest? Why are we not seeing this X, Y, and Z? Because I am just looking with my 2 eyes and listening with my 2 ears. And when something doesn't make sense, I throw it away. I'm like, nope, that's a lie. It's fake. I don't trust the government. I am anti-Fed, anti-government. I don't believe nothing I see on TV. So if the TV's saying it, the very first thing that comes into my mind is that's a lie, that's fake. And then I have to prove it to myself. So that's how my brain kind of works. And that's why when I speak to Jimmy, it makes sense right now. Like, boom, I believe it. And then I work my way around like, okay, well, let me see if I actually do. You know what I'm saying? You go through a mental process of it, but I don't believe nothing that comes off the TV.
Right. Yep. And I have the same exact view. And I can actually see how Jimmy, when he says a script, and I go, well, okay, there's 2 scripts. There's this script that the Black Hats run heavily through MSM and TV, Hollywood, all that. And right now, if you look at things, the numbers are dwindling. They're going down.
Mm-hmm.
These numbers are going to a more white hat influenced side. They're going through independent alternative type of news sources and looking at a lot of, we'll just say, independent journalists, just a total different angle because they don't trust what's on the TV, basically. I do see that shift.
So let me ask you this. Would you say, and for everybody can comment on this, would you say that you're getting more correct news? I guess you could say correct or accurate or whatever. Are you getting that from the mainstream media or are you getting it from the digital battlefield?
Digital battlefield.
Okay.
That's where the most, I just before Trump was elected on his first term, it was like about a year prior, I said, wait a minute, something isn't working here. And I started to look elsewhere. And the information that I have received has been spot on and accurate for the most part. The only thing is I don't see the New World Order being turned over. I don't see some of these great things occurring yet. I just,
and that's fair. Like I said, everybody's on a different level of this journey. Everybody's different. I'll come back to that in a second, but I did want to comment on this. When I asked the question, are you getting better news from the mainstream media? Or are you getting it from the digital battlefield? The majority of everybody just said digital battlefield. And I want to make this last point on this. On the Q post, it did say, talking to the Anons, it said, we are the news now. You are the news now. So for all of those folks that became digital soldiers and started putting information, they're the ones that created the alternative side of this digital battlefield where people just admitted that they're getting better news from.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment? I have a friend who's the chief of police in Boston, Massachusetts, and he was mad about the Patel and Bongino's saying about Epstein. This is what he said, and I thought it was good. He put some great posts on Facebook. He said Bondi, Kash Patel, and Bondino, they're all talking a big game and no one's delivering anything. And he was pretty mad about it. He said, no one's arrested, no one's going to jail, no one's accountable. Comey, Letitia James, and Pelosi and January 6th squad are not held accountable. So he said he's sick of them talking. He wants to see them deliver. So, and this is from the chief of police in Boston, Massachusetts.
That's exactly how I feel. And I'm going, great. Trump picked some real shitty people to work for him. And we already saw that in the past on his first term. So I don't know if there's going to be some people removed or what. But my whole thing is time. My thing is time. I saw him his first 4 years, and literally Biden, he took everything that he made great about the country and everything that was great. He dismantled everything. And that is liable to happen again after Trump's term now. And 4 years goes real quick. Real quick.
Well, if you take down their system, and that includes
4 years, Jimmy.
But hey, he did a lot of stuff behind the scenes under the Biden administration. A lot of stuff was done.
Yeah.
And you got to set it up in a way to where some of these things go to court, like the birthright citizenship thing, the border stuff, the immigrants, the due process. You get that all to the courts, and you have a court that actually upholds the Constitution. Then you put these laws into place to where another administration could not come in and just reverse everything.
No, and it's going to take time. I mean, look, he just started, and it's going to take a long time. And he's working tirelessly, Trump. He really is. He's doing an awful lot behind the scenes. And we need to give him a break. But one thing I'm watching, because I still have faith in Trump, I'm not too happy with Patel, Bondi, and that. I think, as even with the JFK,
they're all liars.
I'm not. I want to know who's running the show. I don't believe that just Trump. I think there's some hierarchy up we don't know about. Maybe it's the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and the Gates. I don't know, but I'm having faith in Trump right now. But I don't think anything's going to come about with Epstein, because I think there's too many high powerful people. Players.
Well, you must remember that Bongino and Kash Patel, they said they read the files, but there was no videotape of the execution or the suicide. So those files were written by men.
Mm-hmm.
And are those reports fudged, lied?
Mm-hmm.
Are they just reading lies?
Yeah, I mean, for example, you can do the FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act, and when they were investigating James Comey, they could not find anything in the FOIA records, the FOIA search engine for Comey. So you know what they did? They typed in Corny, Corny, because it looks like Comey.
Huh.
So once they started to do the search on Corny, then all the information about him started showing up. So they can doctor things to make it look the way they want it to look to the public.
Well, look at the girl that they supposedly committed suicide. I forgot her name. I'm sorry, I forgot her name.
Yeah,
Virginia.
Her husband beat the crap out of her. And did you know he was a plant?
Nope. I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Today.
Geoffrey, you talking about Geoffrey?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he used to beat the crap out of her, and they're still investigating and researching what happened with that whole situation. But I don't
allegedly
trust
she killed
any of them.
herself.
I don't trust any of them.
The only thing I can say to everybody is I know that there's a lot of people that feel like Julian. I can appreciate that. I understand it. I mean, if you think about it, we were all associated with Jehovah's Witnesses, and we all woke up from that. But if you woke up from the Watchtower, 10 years ago, someone would have said something to you about Watchtower, and you would have brushed it off. No, I don't believe it. I don't see it. I don't do that. And then 5-10 years later, you like see something, all like, wow. And then you're like, wow, that person 10 years ago was trying to tell me this stuff. And then we've done the same thing. As XJWs, we've tried to talk to our family or somebody that's still in, and they don't want to believe us. So I can't, and it's because of that. Everybody's on a different level of this journey, different path. So that's how I look at this stuff, because I know there's people that are like, I want to see arrests. I want to see this, blah, blah, blah. Nothing's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. No, the 607 is real. I believe in the 1914 doctrine. And then as years go by, it's all of a sudden, damn, okay, yeah, I can see what he was talking about there. That's where I'm at. That's just where I'm at. So
Well, this is what Cash Patel said. He said, well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion. Those are the MAGA people. But as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one. And that was a suicide. That's what
I know what he said. I know what he said. I'm just not buying it.
He literally, he's got a lot of gall to be lying to the public if he knows the real truth about that.
And there's a part of me that I don't really put my full trust in Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, and Cash Patel.
I don't either.
Because I've seen some pictures of Cash Patel before, 10, 15 years ago. They look a little different. Just saying. I don't put my trust in these guys. I hope they do the right job. I hope they do but we don't know what part they're really playing.
No.
So that's why I'm like, I don't buy this. I don't buy it one bit.
Right. Oh, well,
And we don't even know if they're being threatened too. You don't know how powerful these people are involved with Epstein. I'm sure they're pretty powerful, a lot of them, because there's a royal that they won't divulge who this royal person is. It's not Prince Andrew, it's somebody else. So, we don't know if they're getting threats and stuff and getting pushed back not to let the public know. We don't know.
These powerful people, they're protecting those people and not the victims,
Exactly.
It's complete wickedness. And I just I don't trust them. It might sound like I do, but when I look at a Bongino and a Patel, I go, the good guys.
Yeah.
You're like the good guys, but I'm like, nope, nope, they're not.
I used to do that too, and I had to get rid of that mentality as well. I was like, not even the good guy, the so-called good guys are good guys. If it's not me, myself, looking at the file, or me, myself, in that position, I will never take their word for it ever again.
Well, you could trust, but verify.
And this is, and basically what we're saying here not only applies to the political side of things, but also the monetary system. We've just accepted that monetary system.
Hell no.
We've just accepted it all these years. Now that we know about it, then like that video was saying, we can do something about it. We can support those who want to get rid of that banking system.
Well, I think
we didn't know that we were slaves.
Oh, sorry.
It's great that we're finding out about these things. I've been well aware of the financial system and how corrupt it is for quite a while. And all I can say about that is I think you guys will agree it takes a great leader, a spearhead of this change to really cause that. And our guy is Donald Trump right now. And he's really got to get to work on this. I did get very intrigued by the External Revenue Service concept. I would love to see that happen, but you got to destroy the IRS to do that. You got to get rid of the Federal Reserve.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Full force. Let's do it.
and Trump's already put the narrative out there about doing that.
Right.
He's been saying that for hell. He told us all in 2015 in that speech. Do y'all remember that speech he gave?
No.
What was it? Was the one that he says they're rapists and murderers? That speech?
It was. I think you know what, that might be a good way to close out the show tonight.
Yeah,
because it would kind of tie up the 16-year plan, the Federal Reserve stuff, everything we've talked about. He told us back in October of 2016. Ruby, go to YouTube and type in this video will get Trump elected.
Oh yeah, we watched that already. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, but for the ones that haven't seen it, and when you're watching this, it's like 5 minutes long. When you're watching this, think about everything we talked about tonight. Think about what you've seen with your own eyes and your own ears, or heard with your own ears in the news over the last 8-9 years. And tell me this man wasn't on point back then.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda. And the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever is necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented. And the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefits of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
October of 2016. Would you say he was on point with what we've learned?
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, that was the speech that really got me hooked into what he was talking about.
And
Yep.
I hope he knows every word of it.
I never.
I'm sorry. Before I leave, I just
Oh.
wanted to ask Jimmy.
Yeah.
Do you know about Operation Northwood?
Yes.
You should talk about that because they were actually going to bomb American people and a pretext war, then saying that Cuba was bombed. It was Cuba. Instead, it was our own damn government that was going to bomb Americans. So if that doesn't resonate with anybody about how corrupt this, they don't care about the American people. I hope Trump does. I want to believe Trump so bad. But you know, if you watch Operation Northwood, it's just going to blow your mind. With
it's a very interesting situation there. It's another reason why JFK got shot.
Yes, exactly. I was just going to say that. Thank you. I agree with that.
We want to do final comments because it's getting late.
Yeah, yes. Good. Thank you for the show. It was good.
Yes,
thank you so much. Thank you for sharing.
That was good. Thank you. Well, let's hope Trump keeps up the good work. And you know what? I pray for Trump. I do. I pray for him all the time.
My thing, and I appreciate that. This is what I want. I want people to educate themselves properly and to find out the information so that they can figure out what's going on. It makes it a lot easier if you're in the know, or at least you're aware. At least you're aware of what's going on. There's too many people out there that are still putting their heads in the sand, but you know, we call them the yellow hats, and we know that they won't change. They won't change until something affects them personally. So I do believe that there's a lot more stuff getting ready to pop off. This summer is going to be crazy.
Oh, yes. And don't forget, 2026 is the mark of the 250th anniversary. What is it?
Yeah,
275 years.
250th anniversary.
Anniversary of the United States. So let's hope that he makes it to that day, because he's got a lot of great stuff planned for the country.
Yep. Fallen, do you have any final comments?
Yes, go ahead, Fallen.
Yeah, I had a question. Who is this gonna affect the yellow hats or the yellow hats?
I'll send you a video that I did on that. Okay, explaining
Yes.
that.
Okay.
I'll send you a video. Probably in the morning, because after we get off here, I gotta
But
feed
in
the
simple
possums.
words, like simple words. What is it?
Yeah, I can send
Because
you
the
something
rich,
that.
the rich gets richer, right? I mean, it's not gonna affect them. They're not the yellow hats, right?
No, they're not the yellow hats. I'll send you the video.
Yes.
Yep. Good night. Good night, everyone, and thank you very
Good
much.
night, Gail.
Good night, Gail.
Julian.
Good night.
If you have
Thank-
anything, Julian.
Yeah, just keep up the good work. I do listen to your show. Thank you, Jimmy, for all the work you do, and thank you, Ruby. I really appreciate the information that's covered, and I'm looking forward to seeing more shows in the future. And I'm glad that, well, it's a clown show at the moment with some of Trump's people. We'll see what happens.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes,
Thanks
thank
for
you,
tuning
Julian.
in, and
care.
I like our back and forth on things. It's great. I enjoy it.
All right.
Yes.
You take care. Do you guys know what you're going to talk about next week?
Not yet. We'll
I
come
can
up
do a little homework.
There was somebody in the comments earlier, and I hope they're still on. They asked about where to find the 16-year plan. Ruby, can you go over to Google? Can you go over to Google real quick
Okay, let's go to Google.
and type in the 16-year plan to destroy America?
Okay, let me share my screen with you. Okay, you should be
I
able to
hope they're still on, because I saw that earlier. And
16-year plan. Whoops. Plan to destroy America. Okay. Washington Post is the first thing that comes up.
I can't see. It's too small. It's too small. Can you make that bigger? Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Facebook and Twitter. Okay. What's that one? 16-year plan to destroy America. What's that one by?
Yeah, it's a weird website. WAGM. It says, I cannot fulfill your request.
All right. It's under. Should have been put. If you see Melissa, Mel K, or Melissa Greener, Grenier, GRENIER.
Let's see. Melissa. No, it is not popping up.
All right. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. Maybe once I send you the link, then you can put it in the description.
Okay,
and I'll post it again on Twitter or X, and then I'll post it again on my Facebook page.
Okay, yeah, please do, because it looks like it's buried.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. So, Joseph.
Yes, Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph.
You're talking to me?
Yes, like any final thoughts?
Well, I like the 16-year plan. How Jimmy, you brought everything out, and you did have all those little boxes, and you talked through every one of them, and how that plan was working. And it, in a way, they're trying to keep it alive, but they're having a hard time because they're dying on the vine.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're in the process of defanging the snake. Next thing is to chop the head off.
I agree completely.
Yes, me too. And just for me, 3 points. The reason why Trump's speeches work as good as they do, like what we just watched, is because he's talking to the common man, the working American, the patriot. He's going like anti-establishment, and that's who we are. And we are in the majority. That's why it works. It's not just him. It's what he's saying, and it resonates with the regular American that
Mhm.
is struggling out here. The second point is when he said that about Hillary, which is why it's problematic for me when he used to say things like that. Oh, like you should be in jail or lock her up, and then nothing ever happened with Hillary. That's where I get the sentiments from Julian, as if why wasn't it done the first time he was president? So that's one of the issues that I've always had.
Yeah, but with all due respect, the Q group, or not the group, the Anons, they say that she's already been executed.
Yep.
Right, but I don't really
And
believe
that
that.
day where she supposedly had that little seizure, if you
Mhm.
look really close, you can see these handcuffs being put on
Yeah.
Right.
when she's spasming out, trying to fight or
Being said,
resist.
that's the theory, and I respect
That's
anybody who believes that.
but when you make a mistake, because where I live, it is completely blue. I am surrounded. I mean, I got people that are wearing masks in my neighborhood still.
Oh my
Yeah, that's
God.
horrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Really?
if you make the mistake of saying anything along that, you will be crucified.
Yeah, exactly.
There are people at my work to this day that will not speak to me because they know I went to J6.
What?
They know.
Oh, freak them. F them. Like, I'm so sick and
So
tired of people like that. Like, seriously.
so I'm just telling you, but all the power to you guys. I enjoy your show. Just keep doing it.
No, thank you. No, that's okay. I appreciate that. But like Steen said, that when Trump was asked that question, he said it would not be good for the country. But you see, he just said in that speech that they were criminals. He put out all those accusations, but then you don't see any fruit of that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
I'm just pointing that out because people want to say like, oh, I contradict myself or I'm biased. No, I point out what I have a problem with. And the last point is that for everybody who's also watching, and even for the haters.
Well, he's not going to do it. Somebody like Pam Bondi is supposed to do it.
Exactly. I want to see it. I don't care who it is or who does it. I just want to see it, like in real life. I want to see these people go to jail. And the last point is, even for the haters, even if a Democrat came out tomorrow, even the leftist liberals came out tomorrow and said exactly what Trump said, that would be like the cherry for me. Like, I don't care what party you're from, I don't care what political spectrum you're on, as long as you are like pro America and exactly how Trump was putting it, for the common man, and like to bring us up. It doesn't matter what party you're from. A Democrat could come out tomorrow and say the exact same things, and they will save the Democratic Party, but they don't. They refuse to speak in those ways because they want to be so different from him. Their hatred for him is more than their love for the country, for their people, for their nation. And if only the Democrats would understand this, is that they could say the exact same things or even better things, and you guys would resurrect the Democratic Party, but they don't. And I feel sad for them because I don't care what party you're from, you still American at the end of the day. And you should be wanting your country to succeed. I don't like forget about the guy, forget about the hatred. You should love your country more.
Yep.
Yes, it's true.
Well, look at Tulsi Gabbard and JFK Jr. They were staunch Democrats.
Exactly.
But they saw the light and came over on the populist side.
Exactly. And he was loved. He was loved by everybody, just like Trump is, but they want to make it seem like he's not. No, he is loved. Even worldwide, Trump is loved.
Tell y'all, yeah. If you didn't watch any of the trip that he did to Saudi Arabia and Qatar, you need to go and search that stuff because, for lack of better words, they gave him royal treatment,
like a king.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw
It
that.
was,
It was
and again, remember, we've said this before, but on his first trip to Saudi Arabia, he was allowed to hold the sword.
Yes. Yep.
And
I
it,
remember.
and in Saudi Arabian tradition, only the king is allowed to hold the sword.
Wow.
So,
Exactly right.
So my final thoughts are this. I really appreciate you guys giving me the time to explain the 16-year plan, do that money video, and try to bring this all together. I appreciate where everybody is on the timeline. If you would have told me all this stuff, 10 years ago, like I said, I wouldn't have believed it. I see a lot of things happening because I, spend a lot of time on the freaking phone at night. But there's a lot going on. I listen to several reports a day so that I can keep up with this stuff, so that I can bring that information out to you guys so you can go and look for it yourselves. That's the biggest thing. I don't want people just believing what I say. I don't want to be a governing body member to say, this, and y'all got to believe. No, I want folks to take this information, go look it up for themselves, learn how to distinguish whether this site is propaganda or not. And that's very, very important. And educate yourselves, because the more we know about what their plan was, if we know what they're going to do to us or want to do to us, then we can fight. We know what we need to do.
Right. We could prepare ourselves.
And that's why I do see there is a changing of the tide here in America. I'm not stressed one bit about where we're going. I'm actually just sitting back and watching this movie and eating my popcorn. I know that sounds so cliche, but that's just the point that I'm at right now. Others haven't gotten there yet. Some may never get there, and that's fine. But
I feel safe. I feel fine. I feel fine. I don't like feeling issues.
I think there's going to be a huge change, not just here in America, but throughout the world. I firmly believe it's going to happen because I see things happening every day leading to that.
Right, exactly. There's lots of signs and symbols that we have to open our eyes to. And now that my eyes are a little open to that, I see it too. It just comes with time. You just have to be patient and just watch and listen.
And folks need to remember that this system, it just didn't get put in place in 1913. That's when it got its legs and started running. But this system has been put in place and it has been entrenched. Firm grip on the world. And if you think that this is only going to be done away with in 2 years or 4 years, and this goes back to, 2016, it takes a little while to root that out.
Yeah.
It's like a house full of termites, putting out one trap is not going to solve the problem that you have. You got to fog your whole damn house. and then that way you have a clean house. That's what needs to happen here. And it's been happening. So anyway, but thank you to everybody that tunes in and watches us. We really, I appreciate you guys. I enjoy doing it.
Yes. Thank you to everybody who joined. Gigi, Gail, Joseph, Fallen, Julian, Jimmy. Because if it wasn't for Jimmy, I would have been watching X-Men all night. Living my best life. Not a care in the world. Yo, I totally forgot it was Tuesday. I am so sorry, guys. Like, I want to punch myself. Like, that's so embarrassing. Because how long I've been doing this show and I forget that I have a show on Tuesday nights? Like, what is that? So I am so sorry, guys. But at least we have an adult in the room and an adult that keeps track of me. Like Jimmy. Because not even Tony called me. Nobody called me today. It was just Jimmy. So thank God. Thank God for Jimmy. And most of this information is coming from Jimmy, and then all of the conspiracy, offensive stuff comes from me. But if it wasn't for Jimmy, you'll just be listening to like some retard in Florida or not. You know what I'm saying? Like it would just be me just spewing all this information with nothing to back it up. And I'm okay with that. But I love how Jimmy kind of brings the receipts, and then I'm like, yes, let Jimmy cook. Keep cooking, Jimmy. And that's why I love a guy like Jimmy. So thank God that Jimmy is still here.
I appreciate it, Ruby. Thank you.
Yeah.
And like I said, this has been my goal, is just to learn what take those years, learn what I needed to learn, and then fulfill my duty to get this information out. That's what a digital soldier is all about. Getting information out to the public. We are the news. We are the news now.
Exactly. And hopefully we will see the fruit of all this labor being done now. So by the time I'm Jimmy's age, by the time I'm almost 50 something, we're still going to be, well, hopefully we're still going to be here saying, yo, remember what we were talking about in 2025? You know what I'm saying? So I want to be 50 something years old. And if I ever come on YouTube or the HW community, whoever remembers me from then, we're going to be like, remember when I had a show when I was 20 something years old with this guy named Jimmy, and we were chefing it up on here? How much the haters have hated on me and made videos and talk crap about me, but I don't care. I care more about this. I care more about my country. No matter if it's red, blue, yellow, black, who cares? I care more about this than anything else.
And if I know we keep saying last comment, but we talk about the future generations. Go back to the video we watched. You saw the cycle, the perpetual cycle. Do you want your children and grandchildren and future generations to be subjected to that cycle?
No, absolutely not.
And if the answer is no, then what are you personally, not you, Ruby, I'm just in general, what are you personally going to do about it?
Right.
And there's things that you can do.
I have to make more money.
Exactly.
So that I can put my son into some kind of a private school system. That's what I think about my little baby.
Yeah. Congratulations again on the little baby. Here's the thing too. We're doing this because we are fighting for all the little babies like you have, Marcus. That's why we do this. Because we don't want future generations to be subjected to the slavery that we have all been subjected to.
Right.
Bondi said little kids. She said little kids. That should be really shocking the world right now.
I'm gonna tell you, there's gonna be more stuff that comes out about this stuff, because it is gonna be the children that unites everybody. You guys, you know, I put this out the other day. I said a lot of people want to know the truth or this or that, but we go back to the movie, and I'll just reword it. But can you handle the full truth of the scale of evil that these people have conducted? You might say you can, but I want you to seriously think about that.
No.
Can you handle that truth?
No.
No.
No. I'm mind boggled right now. I can't even speak.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. You're making a valid point when it comes to that. I've been watching a lot of these cop arrests, and Child Protection Services went to this house where this lady was running this daycare center, and they could hear a bunch of kids, and they kept asking the lady, where were you? Because she drove there and nobody answered the door, and they could hear a bunch of kids, and she said, oh, I don't have, they asked her if she had a basement, and she kept giving them a runaround. And it wasn't until this one officer found a basement, and down in the basement was 25 little kids. And there was these two women that had a criminal record babysitting them. And their criminal record was child abuse. And families were bringing kids there, and they were hiding them because there was a limit and who knows what else was going on. But the
Mhm.
point is, I got so disturbed,
Mhm.
and I got a little shook up
Mhm.
because I have a little baby, and I'm sitting there going, "What the hell?"
Mhm.
And this lady's literally lying to the authorities' face,
Yeah.
you know, and misleading everybody. And the type of people that she hired to watch those kids, all of them actually, even her, they all had a rap sheet of crimes against children.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. And so, yeah, you're right. It would make people probably very sick if they let it out, but they have to.
Well,
Have to.
according to the Q post, and I'm just going to refer to what's been said. The public will not get 100% everything. They just won't be able to handle it. But the percentage that they will get will be enough to change everything.
So we're not getting 100% though. It's just even more sick.
Well, do you want to see the pictures that I've seen of little kids and
No.
you know?
No, that's just no. That I mean, that's like that guy that from no.
So that's the reason why I say, I know people say, well, I want 100% of the truth. Really? Really? Do you really
Yes,
want?
I take that back, Jimmy, because I remember telling you that a few months ago. So I take it back.
So
It's like a scary movie. I can't watch horror movies. Like I just can't.
Exactly.
I've already watched Jeffrey Dahmer. That was hard. That was really hard to watch.
It's just like that, but with kids, and that's why majority of us can't handle it. But you see, this is good that we talk about it, because at least Jimmy and I, we practice what we preach. Like I homeschool my kids. Jimmy does his own political stuff in real life. Like he was also there at J6. He talks about this stuff on the internet. You know what I'm saying? We promote the same things that we are preaching here because we are talking about getting off the system, off the grid, away from the establishment until they clean house. Because I will never let my kids go into the public, school system. I would never do, certain things that other people may not have a problem with because they just don't know about it. But until they know about it, that's when you give them the hope, the white pill. Like, yes, you can homeschool your kids, school choice, scholarships, a lot of these things that were back in the day, they were looked down upon. They demonized moms for being anti-vaxxers. They demonized the moms for homeschooling their kids. You know what I'm saying? So we're changing that narrative little by little and promoting those values so we can get away from that. You know what I'm saying? So this is really good that it's coming out.
All right. On that note, I think we should end.
Yes. All right. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to play the outro now. So don't forget
Thank
no,
you.
I should tell myself this. Don't forget, Ruby, that next Tuesday at 9 p.m., you have a show to do.
I texted you too, by the way, on Facebook.
I know. I didn't even have my phone. I had nothing. I'm telling you, I was living my best life, watching X-Men all day long, eating Spanish food. I had some Dominican rice and beans. I had pork. And my phone is going off. All right, guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much for joining. See
night,
you
everyone.
next Tuesday at 9 p.m. Thank you, Jimmy. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.